Park City Council meeting of October 23rd, 2018. Welcome all of you to the meeting. I'm going to go through the roll. To my immediate right is Council Member Rich Klein. To my immediate left is Vice Mayor Ray Mueller. To the left, my left is Council Member Kirsten Keith. And as you just heard by phone, we have Council Member Catherine Carlton via phone. Thanks, Kat, for calling in. And then over at the table, we have our City Manager, Alex McIntyre. Next to Alex is our City Attorney, Bill McClure. Over on this side, we have our City Clerk, Judy Herron. And on the back tables, we have public comment cards. If you'd like to speak, we'd love to hear from you this evening. Just fill out the card and kindly give it to Judy. And with that, if I can all ask you to rise and we'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have a few, let's see, proclamations here. So I will go down to the podium, and the first proclamation we have is for National Bullying Prevention Month. And where is Myra? Myra? Great. Hi. Welcome. So I'm going to go through, bear with me as I'll read the proclamation. Recognizing, proclaiming October as City of Menlo Park National Bullying Prevention Month. Whereas bullying or peer abuse is physical, verbal, sexual, or emotional harm or intimidation intentionally directed at a person or group of people, and whereas bullying is also shunning, alienation, and social exclusion, or the act of rejecting someone from sports or interpersonal interactions, and whereas bullying occurs in neighborhoods, playgrounds, schools, places of business, and through technology such as the internet and cell phones. And whereas various researchers have concluded that bullying is the most common form of violence affecting millions of Americans annually, and whereas hundreds of Menlo Park children, adolescents, and adults are affected by bullying annually, and whereas targets of bullying are more likely to acquire physical, emotional, and learning problems, and people who are repeatedly bullied often fear such activities as riding the bus, going to school or work, and attending community activities. And whereas people who bully are at greater risk of engaging in more serious violent behaviors, and whereas people who witness bullying often feel less secure, more fearful, and intimidated. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Menlo Park schools, students, parents, recreation programs, religious institutions, and community organizations are encouraged to engage in a variety of awareness and prevention activities designed to make our communities safer for all people. Be it further resolved that I, Peter Otake, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, proclaim October as Menlo Park National Bullying Prevention Month, when we urge all residents and city staff to wear orange to call attention to the impacts of bullying in our community and show our attention to eliminate bullying in all its forms in our community. And I'm going to present this proclamation to Program Assistant Myra Lumbera. Correct. All right. So, do that. Thank you. And I don't know if you wanted to say anything.
The only thing I was going to say is just to remind everybody to wear orange tomorrow to create awareness for Unity Day. And thank you so much.
All right. Next, we have a proclamation recognizing Alex McIntyre, our outgoing city manager. Whereas on March 4th, 2012, Alex McIntyre joined the City of Menlo Park team as its new city manager. And whereas under Alex's leadership, the City of Menlo Park undertook several major projects to ensure a high quality of life for residents, including the Santa Cruz Avenue Sidewalk Expansion Project, the annual tree lighting ceremony, and outdoor street cafe seating on Santa Cruz Avenue. And whereas Alex's creativity and perseverance to work collaboratively with stakeholders resulted in added vibrancy in the downtown and bayfront areas through key development approvals, including Hotel Nia, the Park James Hotel, hundreds of new housing units, and multiple development agreements. And whereas the land use decisions shepherded by Alex have yielded enviable city finances with a structurally balanced budget for the next 10 years and financial reserves sufficient to weather an emergency or uncertain economic times. And whereas in Alex's tenure as city manager, he appointed all the members of the management team, putting in place a team of professionals who can lead the staff forward to continue their good work for our residents. And whereas Alex challenged his management team to question the operational status quo, to explore new ways of doing business, identify new operational models, to facilitate organization-wide initiatives such as environmental sustainability, and insist on cross-departmental collaboration to maximize both existing and new staff resources. And whereas Alex is a dedicated public administrator with a calm and patient leadership style and possesses a witty sense of humor that serves those around him well in the face of adversity. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Peter Otake, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and the City, congratulate and express my sincere gratitude to Alex McIntyre for his loyalty and service over the past 6.5 years. So I want to make a couple of quick comments because certainly proclamation said plenty of it, but I certainly am very sad to see Alex leave us, but congratulate him and wish him the best on his new venture in the city of Ventura, and certainly appreciate the very positive impact that Alex has had on Menlo Park, and as I mentioned, sad to see him go. So I have a couple of parting gifts for you. So let's see. So first of all, let's see. Let me pull some things out. Let's see. One of the things I know in your office right now, you may, in your next office, you may miss the ducks in our pond. So we have a duck call for you, so that when you're in your office in Ventura, and if you miss the ducks, you can make that a call. If you want to reach out and call us in Menlo Park, we have our Menlo Park Chamber of Commerce Community Guide recently printed. Thank you, Fran. I think she's here. There she is. So that. I also know that in your office you have this big map of Menlo Park, which we refer to and do that, and so if any point in time down in Ventura you want a map of Menlo Park, we have a map right here of Menlo Park, again provided by the Chamber. Along it also includes Portola Valley, because I know your previous history with Portola Valley. So there's a little item there for you on that. We have a we have bubbles from Menlo Park. Since he's moving, we thought we'd just clear out some of this stuff we have in it, since we may be in a bubble. and then finally, we have a lottery ticket for you. which the numbers are made up of your starting date with the city and your last date with the city. And here's the condition, is that if you win, you have to come back and work for the city for free. So there's that. Let's see. I think that may be all I have for you. Oh no, yes. And I'd love to invite my fellow council members to come down. Here's a little nicer.
Thank you.
Anyway, yeah. Great. Yes.
Alex,
That's where we should put the lottery.
can you hear me? This is Catherine. Can you hear me?
Yes, Catherine, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Catherine.
Oh, okay, great. I was just saying how much I enjoyed working with
Kath-
Alex, and I wish you the very best. And I'm sorry I couldn't be there to see you before you head off, but I'm sure our paths will cross at some point in the future.
Great. And I'd like to invite any my fellow council members, so as I'm walking back up to Betty, Ray, would you like to?
Go ahead. Ray, go ahead. Come on. Alex, thank you for 6+ years, and in what was, I mean, it was hyperdrive in a lot of ways, and that's tough to navigate. You have to manage both sides, and I appreciate the candor that you always brought to it, the integrity, and I do honestly think that you'll be hard to replace. Big shoes, so good luck. Remember, the Dodgers do suck, and I just had to get that in. It's a terrible World Series, but enjoy Southern California.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Mueller.
Well, I just want to thank you. The community doesn't know it, but we always came in. We had always throwing ideas at you, and every time we threw an idea at you, you were just like, "Yeah, let's do it." And so, yeah, you tell them. I understand, but it was amazing. Like, we always would throw ideas, and when it came to, I remember the street cafes. Walk in, and it's like, let's get these street cafes done now. Here's a picture. It's like, all right, we're gonna get this done. Or the tree lighting. And I remember that first year of the tree lighting, we came and we said, okay, let's start this tradition again. And then all of a sudden, you came back, and it wasn't one tree, it was two. And you added so much more to it. And you always figured out a way to just add that extra, that when you're doing something, not just do it, but you added that extra bit of class for the community, and really appreciate that. And I know growing up in Southern California in Pasadena, having grown up in an inland area, I always dreamed about being out at the coast. So I'm really excited for you being in that beach community.
Councilmember Keith.
Thanks. Well, Alex, it's been a pleasure working with you. It really has. I think I just wrote that on the card, too. I remember when we first met and we interviewed you. It feels like, boy, the time flew quickly, actually. But you did show up here in a time of great growth. And, I mean, the whole area, the region, is booming. In 2010, when I got on council, it was a recession. And when you came in 12, it was suddenly changing. And there's been a lot of change and a lot of, I think sometimes consternation in the community, too, about the growth. But I want to thank you for navigating us through it and working so well with staff and being a great leader here, and just really you're a generally good guy. And I appreciate your sense of humor, and I appreciate our conversations that we've had over the years. I really do. So thank you.
Yes.
So thank you all for your patience, and I know Dragers, you guys are really waiting for your turn, so give me a minute. So a few things. I mean, I do get to go to a town that's a coastal city. It's about 3 times the size of Menlo Park, and it's really an exciting opportunity professionally for me. But I will say Menlo Park has been an interesting challenge. It's been a place that, as the council has acknowledged, I walked in on the day suddenly the economy took off, and we were just trying to chase it, catch it, manage it, control it, regulate it, help it, depending on your point of view. And there has been great outcomes, there have been positive outcomes, but this was not done alone. This was not done by me. This was done by a group of great dedicated employees. And I just want to make sure you always remember those people are very important as well, the staff. They sit over here typically. So thank you. Thank you all for your 6.5 years of dedication and letting me work for you all. And I'm heading off to, I don't know if it's greener pastures, maybe bluer pastures. So I will say one last comment. When I got here, there were 4 ducks in the duck pond. There were 4 ducks, and I think there's about 50 today. So I will use the duck call and take some with me. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Alex. Next, we have a Dumbarton Corridor update from Samtrans. And I see Justin Murphy, our Public Works Director, coming up, as well as Samtrans Deputy General Manager Carter Mao will make, I think, a presentation. Please come up and join us. So.
Great. So good evening, Mayor Otake and council members. So I'm just going to say a couple brief words of introduction for Carter. So Carter is indeed the Samtrans Deputy CEO. He's been in that role for about a year now, and this is his first time presenting in front of the council. And so hopefully we give him a warm welcome as he gives us an update on the Dumbarton Corridor.
Great. A warm Menlo Park welcome. So.
Thank you, Justin, and thank you, the City Council and staff, for the invite here today to give you an update on the Dumbarton Corridor project. And I would also like to, on Samtrans' behalf, offer our congratulations and thanks to Alex McIntyre for his great work for San Mateo County for the last 6 years. Again, my name is Carter Mao. I am the Deputy General Manager for the San Mateo County Transit District. For those of you who may not know, Samtrans is the actual owner of the Dumbarton right-of-way between Redwood City and Newark. As you probably all know, there have been a number of studies done on the Dumbarton Corridor over the years, and they have been just that, studies. But this latest study was completed in December of this year, and it laid out a variety of options to pursue in the corridor, both for the Route 84 highway bridge and also for the Dumbarton Rail Bridge. However, it was an open question about what we were going to do after that study was completed. The study recognized that there were definitely a need for transportation improvements in the corridor, but the actual next steps were still unclear. Well, I'm here to tell you what the next steps are going forward. Samtrans has now entered into a partnership with a new private business entity created between Facebook and Plenary Development. And we will be further studying the Dumbarton Corridor to determine if it's feasible to reinstate passenger rail service in the corridor. The partnership is memorialized in what's called an exclusive negotiating agreement, which was finalized in August. In an effort to be transparent, that exclusive negotiating agreement is online on the Samtrans website for everybody to see. Since that time, Facebook and Plenary have formed a new business entity, hopefully a name that you'll get familiar with over the next few years, and that entity is named Cross Bay Transit Partners. During this period of the exclusive negotiating agreement, the partnership team will be conducting an environmental impact report. That environmental impact report will include an extensive amount of public outreach. We will be conducting environmental analysis and impacts, and also determining what mitigation measures might be necessary should this project go forward. We will also be in discussions with all the federal, state, regional, and local regulatory agencies, and other important stakeholders in the corridor, even private ones such as the Union Pacific Railroad. We will also be doing more preliminary engineering and design, and refining our engineering and capital costs necessary for reinstating rail service on the corridor, and looking at the various alternatives and various ridership estimates for the various alternatives that are examined. One thing we want to note specifically, we have heard loud and clear about the need to accommodate pedestrians and bicycles in the corridor, and we have secured a firm specializing in bicycle and pedestrian design as part of this environmental impact and design process that we are going through. And it goes without saying, we will also be refining the financial analysis for the corridor, looking at the capital cost to reinstate service, but also the ongoing operating cost of reinstating service, to confirm that this project is financially feasible. At this time, I'd like to share with you some of the goals that Samtrans set out for this corridor, and we have been very sharing this, saying this publicly with our partners. We are stating that this corridor has to be used for a public benefit. This is not for the private benefit of a private entity or a private business. We are stating that this corridor has to, any development of this corridor has to minimize any risk there is to Samtrans, the transit agency. This is a corridor that, quite frankly, we do not have the resources to develop on our own, and we don't have the resources to go out on a limb to develop this corridor. This has to be a very minimal financial risk to Samtrans, the transportation agency. And the last thing that Samtrans has as a goal for this corridor is that we are able to maximize the value of that asset out there, both for Samtrans, the company, and for the public as well. So with those three goals in mind, and we sharing those with Plenary and Facebook, we all agreed to enter into this exclusive negotiating agreement. I've mentioned all the analysis that's going to take place during this during this exclusive negotiating period. After all that analysis is complete, then and only then will we will decide if we want to go forward with this project. I want to emphasize that no decision has been made of whether this project is going to go forward or not. We have to do our due diligence as Samtrans, the public transportation company, but Facebook and Plenary and Cross Bay Transit Partners need to do their diligence to make sure that this works out for them financially and accomplishes the goals that they're seeking to achieve. We frankly don't have all the information we need at this point to make that decision yet, and the E&A period is going to allow us to do our due diligence and determine if we have a project that is actually feasible. Currently, we are working with Cross Bay Transit Partners to put together the team that will be analyzing this corridor, including a firm to do the CEQA NEPA environmental analysis. We will be doing both state and federal environmental clearance. We're interviewing for an engineering and design firm, and we are looking to have a financial planning and analysis firm brought on board as well. That process is going on as we speak, and we hope to have the bulk of that team in place by the end of this year. During the first part of next year, we will be doing some initial public outreach. We have done some cursory public outreach, reaching out to all the cities on the corridor, many of the public interest groups, but the more formal outreach is going to start at the beginning of next year. And at that time, we will also be beginning our environmental scoping process and doing our outreach to the various regulatory agencies in the corridor, the Army Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife, BCDC, all the regulatory agencies we know that we're going to have to work with to do anything in this corridor, and again, doing the outreach to the various cities along the corridor, not only here on the peninsula, but also in the East Bay. Shortly thereafter, after we start this outreach to the stakeholders and the regulatory agencies, we will be ramping up our technical and environmental and engineering analysis, and that's going to begin in earnest after we start this public outreach. I want to assure you that Samtrans and the partnership are very aware of the public interest in this corridor, and we are preparing a very robust public involvement process that includes all the stakeholders in the corridor. I also want to assure you that you are getting briefed at the very initial outset of this project. We actually had our first initial outreach to our Samtrans subcommittee members just this last Friday afternoon. So you guys are the first people who are coming to speak about this process as we kick it off. We will be putting together a website that will be outlining the progress as we proceed on this environmental impact report during this exclusive negotiating agreement period. And that you should look for that in the coming months. I think I can say, based on the conversations we had with our board members and the Samtrans subcommittee on Friday, that we are all cautiously optimistic that something can be done in this corridor. We all realize this is not going to be an easy project to deliver, and it's going to take a lot of hard work, and it's a process that everyone is going to need to get behind for this project to succeed. But our board will also acknowledge that this project has the potential to be a real game changer. And I mean that this could not only deliver a very special, important transportation project for the region, but is doing so in a true partnership with a private entity. That is what's going to make this such an exciting endeavor. We're getting basically a true public-private partnership to deliver a regional benefit for all the people in the communities in the Bay Area. So again, I would like to thank you for your attention. I want to thank staff and the council again for inviting me here today. I wish I could give you more details, but we're just not at this point yet. We are really just at the initial kickoff period. But I will, without hesitation, say that we will be happy to come back and make presentations as needed to your council or to any other stakeholders you would wish us to do so. We need to get everybody's, briefed and informed on this important project, because as I mentioned, we're going to need the support of everybody to make this thing go forward.
Great. Thank you. We have, I think, a couple questions first from Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify a few things. So you said there's going to be outreach to various stakeholders in the cities. Will you be doing outreach to neighborhoods that run along the rail line?
Yes, we will be doing outreach to neighborhoods. They were very vocal during the initial or the past Dumbarton Transportation Corridor study, and we intend to engage with them again. We know they have some concerns about what goes into the corridor, and we will be listening to those concerns and addressing those during the environmental process.
All right, it's great to hear that you're going to be meeting with those residents. And then the other question I have is, you indicated that there's going to be an environmental impact report. Which entity, just because I think I don't want residents to be confused, that won't be approved by the Menlo Park City Council, that'll be approved by the Samtrans board?
That's correct. Samtrans will be the lead agency for this project, and we will, as necessary, secure necessary agreements with the various stakeholders along the corridor during that environmental process.
So during the EIR process, then the City of Menlo Park will submit a letter to that EIR, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Residents will also be able to submit letters, though, so they're not going to be entirely incumbent upon us. Residents, for instance, those neighborhoods along the line can submit letters, right?
We expect to hear not only from the City of Menlo Park, but also residents and neighborhoods in the corridor.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councilmember Keith.
Thank you. Thank you, Carter, for coming today. I really appreciate it. I know I've been speaking with a lot of residents who are concerned about this issue, and that's why I reached out, and I'm really happy that you were able to come, so thanks. One of the things that is a large concern for residents who have the rail line in their backyards, they really want to get engaged. And so I know in the past there have been some neighborhoods that were more engaged than others, and I think it's going to be really important that we really engage with the residents that have that line running in the backyard. And I know you want to get that contact information, and I think that's going to be really important.
Yeah.
And looking forward, you're going to be able to be doing sort of outreach meetings with our residential groups and having meetings with them, and you're going to be taking feedback from us as well as the council, giving direction on this and giving support on this. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I know I agree with you. You said you're cautiously optimistic about this, and I think that is true. So right now, there's Facebook and Plenary Development are the two main private entities that are working on this with you.
That's correct. They have formed a new entity called Cross Bay Transit Partners, but they were the two primary private sector participants.
Okay. And as being the two primary private project sector players in this, are they funding a lot of this?
They are funding 100% of this
Okay,
effort.
100%. So all the outreach and everything will be funded by Plenary Group and Facebook?
Yes.
And you talked about an exclusive agreement on, I wanted to ask you about the Union Pacific part. Can you elaborate a little bit more on when was the last time Union Pacific was using the line and what their intentions are on it?
The exclusive negotiating agreement is for an 18-month period. It began in August. There are provisions to extend that exclusive negotiating agreement after 18 months if necessary in 6-month increments, and I believe it's up to 3 years. During this period, we will be doing all that analysis that we talked about. Not that anyone else was out there wanting to, to do investigation in this corridor, but this assures our private partners that these will the only entities we'll be working with. It's a very typical agreement that you have with development agreements, real estate agreements that public entities have with private entities. So that was the tool we used. What this becomes in the future after the inclusive negotiation agreement is still to be determined. It could be a lease of the corridor. It could be something else. But right now, we're just doing the due diligence to find out if we have a project going forward.
And then when you talked about being very cautious with Samtrans, you don't want to have any financial risk, obviously. And when you're looking at this long term, I guess Samtrans wouldn't be putting up most of the money for this project. Is that right?
Right now, we think our contribution to the project will likely, if the project goes forward, will be the corridor itself. We think that's a very valuable asset. Whether there will be other money available to do so, that's still to be determined. We do intend, if this project gets the support necessary, to secure other grant sources that may be available. One of the reasons that we are going for both a CEQA clearance and a NEPA environmental clearance, so that if federal money becomes available, we'd also be eligible for that. Right now, it's too soon to say whether it's going to be a lot of public money in it, but I would say that there is some money in RM3, I believe, that was set aside for the Dumbarton corridor, and in Measure W, the SAM
that's not quite enough, though, to do the project, obviously.
Can we not interrupt it? This is starting to feel like we're putting together materials for election material. I'm not sure if we could just not interrupt him when he's talking about all the different funding sources.
Thank you, Carter, for being here and explaining all this. Yeah, if you'd like to continue talking about the funding sources, that would be great.
Okay.
Are the other ones Facebook and Plenary?
Who
are the other
point of order? This really seems like this is all about
basically
election
Facebook
materials. We keep talking about Facebook. Can we? I realize Councilmember Keith invited you here tonight, and you're here before you've gone to any other city, but this is.
Point of order. I'd like to ask Mr. Mao if he can finish his conversation and his questions. I think that's appropriate, and we've invited you here, and I thank you for coming so that you can give us this information.
Wanted to go ahead and finish the answer, and then actually what I'd like to do is to find out if Councilmember Carlton has any questions. So Catherine, if you're listening on the line, be prepared because I'm going to come to you right after that. So go ahead and finish.
Oh,
and then.
And you're going to have public outreach in the new year. Do you think that's going to be starting in February, or is that when you anticipate doing that?
Yeah, we anticipate late January, February, we'll be starting the public outreach.
Okay. And there was previously a Dumbarton Rail Advisory Group that was together many years ago before you were at Samtrans. Is there talk about bringing that back?
We haven't had specific discussions on what the basically advisory groups are going to be. As we put together our team over the next few months, we'll be talking about exactly what that outreach is going to look like and what sort of advisory committees we're going to be forming.
Okay, that'd be great. I think that was a useful group. It involved all the cities on the rail line, and it's important to get feedback from all the cities that are involved, and I know you know that, but it was Samtrans staffed it previously, and I think that would be an opportunity to get feedback from all the cities.
I think my boss, Jim Hartnett, was actually on that Dumbarton
Rail
Advisory Committee many, many years ago.
He probably was, yes, as a council member from Redwood City.
Yeah.
Okay, good. And just to be clear also, you're looking at bicycle and pedestrian design.
Yes.
And you're looking at clean corridor, right? I mean, you're not looking at diesel on the corridor.
I wouldn't. Our intent is to try to do, electric on the corridor, but I would hate to rule anything out at this point. I mean, it's just so important to get transportation improvements in that corridor, but our intent is to try to do an electrified system.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your time here tonight.
Councilmember Carlton, if you can hear us, I wanted to see if you had any questions regarding the Dumbarton corridor update.
Sure. I'm delighted to hear that it's moving forward. Traffic, as we know, is a major issue that needs to be addressed across the city, and this is a really key area. I do encourage you to look strongly at green alternatives, at electric alternatives. As was mentioned before, I also, it makes me nervous when we move forward and we don't know where the funding is going to come from. Therefore, there may be delays in our ability to move forward or your ability to move forward in doing this. How often do you feel you will be coming back and updating us on the progress that you're achieving?
I had a little trouble hearing your.
Yeah, I think her question is how frequently will you be updating us on the progress being made on the?
Again, we're still kind of in this nascent stage. We'll probably want to work with your staff to determine how frequently we come back and brief you. Certainly, again, we're going to have a website out there, putting a lot of information out there. But if your city manager or your staff would like to have a briefing or a council member request, if appropriate, we can certainly come back and do so. We certainly want to have enough to report to you and not just come back and said what we had 3 months ago. We certainly hope to make advancement very quickly on this project. We don't want this thing to just to linger. We think this is a project that actually has a window of opportunity here. And we're going to be pushing this as fast as we can.
Great.
Also doing the necessary
Councilmember
outreach.
Carlton, did you have any other additional
No,
questions?
That's wonderful. I mean, I'm delighted to hear that this is moving forward. Traffic is a huge issue. God bless you. Good luck. Keep us posted and let us know what we can do to help.
Councilmember Klein?
Thank you, Carter, for coming. I know these are late nights, so it's appreciated. I have one question. It's just, is it premature to ask if are we going to have any chance early on to integrate or have conversations about the ACE train all the way up through the valley that would potentially connect and give a lot more value to it and a lot more people?
We were definitely looking at the rail connections in the East Bay.
Yeah.
Obviously, well, that's one of the reasons we need to talk to Union Pacific.
Right.
Our rail
they own it
corridor,
all, yeah.
Truncates there, but we envision that a very robust connection with the East Bay Rail Services is going to be an important part of this project.
Okay. Thank you.
And a couple quick questions that I have. One is the draft DIR, what's the approximate rough timing of that? Are you saying what time next year roughly?
How long do we think we're going to take? We're hoping to do it within the 18-month period. We are, I've been talking with our partners about that. It's a bit of an aggressive schedule, but we're going to try to push this as much as we can.
Okay, great. And certainly want to encourage that. Encourage you to reach out, and if you need our help to do that, to reach out to some of the other major employers in the Mid-Peninsula, because I think they also may have a interest in being additional partners with the current partners that you have, and because I know this is going to be an expensive project. I mean, no question. So, let's get as many partners involved as we can, and we'd be happy to help you on that if that's
Great. Thank you.
Great. With that, all right. Thank you very much. Appreciate the update. Okay, so I have a quick. So while I don't have anything specific to report out of closed session,
Mayor Otake?
Oh, yes.
We do have
Councilmember.
public comment on this item.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Actually, thank you very much, Judy. I just do see it on the screen. Adina Levin, please come up. And my apologies, Adina. Sorry, moving on to the next item. But thank you, Judy, for catching that. So.
Good evening, council members, staff, and Carter Mao from Samtrans and Caltrain for this encouraging presentation about the forward motion on the Dumbarton Corridor. I'm here with my hat with Friends of Caltrain, the regional nonprofit, looking with a goal of successful modernization of Caltrain in the context of a well-integrated regional transportation system, and we strongly support Dumbarton Rail and Transit on the Dumbarton Corridor, and are thrilled to hear that. I'm also on the Menlo Park Complete Streets Commission and Multimodal Subcommittee, and following this with that interest as well. A couple of comments on what was presented. So one is in terms of having advisory committees and stakeholder groups that span the corridor. One of the things that I've noticed in looking and paying attention is that it's challenging to build those relationships in the different cities along the corridor where people don't necessarily run into each other all the time. And that is a very valuable thing in terms of creating the momentum to move something forward through a regional process. In terms of not having all the funding to move ahead, yes, that is true. On the other hand, the preliminary study suggested much higher potential ridership than a decade ago. And so that's really promising. And when we've seen successful projects in this area, the proponents of those projects have moved ahead, and they didn't allow the fact that the funding wasn't available when they started to stop them. They moved ahead. They got shovel-ready projects and worked to get the funding. So that is, I think, a approach that would set up for success. And a couple of more points. I was really glad to hear the questions about the ACE connections, the connections from those longer distance trains. And one thing to think about is that intersects with the Caltrain business plan process that is going on right now and is soliciting community feedback, and will be soliciting community feedback in the coming months. And that relates to key decisions that the Caltrain board needs to make about the amount of capacity to provide on the main line. Because if you want to have interlining with those long-distance trains, there needs to be the capacity to do it, and we need to be looking clearly at what infrastructure and investments will be needed to do that. We all care about reducing the traffic that is crippling life in Menlo Park and hampers our city's ability to function, and therefore I encourage looking at those decisions which are related to this. Lastly, really excited to hear about the positive attention to bike and pedestrian connections, and hope that does bear fruit as well. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Adina. All right. As I started to mention that while I don't have anything to report from closed session, I will mention that we are going to try and schedule a special meeting of the City Council, hopefully if we can early next week, so that we can appoint at that time an interim city manager. And so I wanted to at least mention that. We still got to work out our schedules and see if there's a way that we can do that, but we wanted to move to that step, and thought that was worth reporting out on. Next, we have our public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. We have a few speakers this evening. First is Bo Crane. I'd like to invite Bo to come on up, followed by Kurt Conroy. Good evening, Bo. Welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, thank you, Mayor, Council. I have an announcement and an invitation. November 11th is the 100th anniversary of the armistice that ended what was the Great War, now known as World War I. And the Menlo Park Historical Association, of which I'm the secretary, has secured a special events permit from the city to hold a brief celebration at of that anniversary at Fremont Park, which is the University Drive and Santa Cruz Avenue, beginning at 10:30 a.m. Sunday morning, November 11th. And the armistice, as everybody knows, began the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. 20 years later, in 1938, Fremont Park was secured by private parties as a memorial to Camp Fremont, which was the World War I huge training camp that enveloped all of Menlo Park at the time. The park was dedicated during the Historica ceremony, at which spoke former President Hoover, who was one term out of office. The public, including the council, is welcome to join this final note of the 100th anniversary of Camp Fremont, as well as the 80th anniversary of the park, and we'll present brief histories on Camp Fremont, the Armistice, and the 1938 park dedication at the event. We would also like to invite the council and the public to our annual meeting a week after our Fremont Park event. That'll be 2 p.m. in the downstairs auditorium in the library next door. November 18th, there'll be a talk on the origin of the Menlo Park streets by guess who. So thank you very much. Hope to see everyone there who can make it.
Great. And let me just repeat. So that's Sunday, November 11th at Fremont Park at 10:30?
10:30 a.m. it begins, so we will all be there at 11 o'clock when the magic moment occurs of the armistice.
Got it. Great. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Crane.
thanks.
I appreciate it. Kurt Conroy, followed by Pamela Jones. Good evening, Kurt.
Good evening. I'm a Menlo Park resident homeowner for 30 years, and I thank you, Mayor Taki and council members, for allowing me to speak tonight. I'd like to talk about the tenant relocation assistance that's being considered by the city's Housing Commission. I attended the candidate forum hosted by the League of Women Voters last week, and the question of rent control came up, and candidate Taylor said something that I found rather disturbing. She said, well, you know, rent control won't pass in Menlo Park, so we're going to have to call it something else. Well, tenant relocation assistance is very much a component of rent control, and it is rent control in disguise. And I lived in New York in the 1970s. I lived in a rent control building, and I've seen the harm and damage that rent control does to cities up close. And we don't want any form of it in this town. Rent control has noble objectives, but it does the opposite of what it's intended. Effectively, it really only helps the tenants in place when the legislation passes, to the detriment of the tenants forever after in that community and the rest of the community in general. Thank you.
Next, we have Pamela Jones, followed by Diane Bailey. Good evening, Pamela.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and staff. I just want to remind people that San Mateo County is one of 5 counties that's using the Voters' Choice Act, which means we no longer have polling places, we only have vote centers, of which there's 39 in San Mateo County. And residents can drop off their ballot, or they can vote even by e-slate or paper if they wish at any of the 39 vote centers. I'd also like to remind people that we have the option of registering at one of these vote centers, and then you would vote by paper, and that's a provisional ballot. So if somebody didn't get around to voting, getting their registration last night, they still have the opportunity to do that. If someone has not received their ballot, because you had to have an updated address in order to receive your ballot, you can also take care of those matters at a vote center. For more information, go to smcvote.org, and there you will find all the information you need to know about the voting system here in San Mateo County, including all the vote centers. Thank you.
Pamela, just 1 second. Can I ask you a question? Because I was reading that the vote centers are going to be open during the entire weekend before the election, too, correct? So it's not just election day that you can drop off ballots at the election centers. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, but there's also 4 vote centers open now. One of them is at Tower, of course,
Right.
and where you can drop off your ballot. There's another in East Palo Alto, North Bay. You have to go to the website. I don't
Sure.
memorize them. 11 days before election, there will be another 21 that are open, and they will be open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And then the Friday before election, all 39 are open, and they'll be open on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, as well as Tuesday. They will be open 8 to 5, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and then, of course, 8 to 8 on Election Day.
Great,
All
thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Diane Bailey, followed by Bill Barron. Good evening, Diane.
Good evening, Mayor Otake and council members. My name's Diane Bailey. I'm director of Menlo Spark. We're a local environmental group aiming towards a climate-neutral city of Menlo Park and a more sustainable region. And I'm here tonight to talk to you about some recent climate developments and sustainability. I think that you're all likely aware of the recent report from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, also known as the IPCC. And it had some pretty stark conclusions. I think that it really marks an inflection point on climate policy, moving from the abstract to the, oh my gosh, this is getting real. We are already experiencing 1 degree of warming, as the report noted, and some serious impacts along with that. And we're also on track to experience even more warming, and those impacts could be devastating if we don't turn things around. And the report gave us a time clock of about 12 years, very short amount of time. Business as usual would result in a huge toll on lives, natural systems, and the economy. On the other hand, transitioning from fossil fuels to a clean energy economy will save lives, protect our food supply, and our homes. And the choice is clear. So fortunately, Menlo Park has already shown substantial leadership on sustainability and climate progress. We're on track to meet our 2020 climate target, and that's great news. And the new EV policy, which I hope that you can adopt tonight, it would be wonderful. That would really be a critical step towards supporting clean electric cars and phasing out gasoline. And those electric cars and all of our electricity throughout Menlo Park is going to come from carbon-free power within the next few years. Peninsula Clean Energy is already providing 85% carbon-free power county-wide, and the city of Menlo Park already opted for 100% renewable power. And this is really great progress, and we can feel good about all of these steps, but we still need to step up our efforts to reduce carbon pollution. There's so much that we need to do, and there's so much that we can do. So what does climate leadership look like in the next year? As we approach our 2020 climate target, it's really time to think about what is our next target. Can we develop a new and really ambitious climate goal for 2025 or very much in the near term to follow the recommendations of this latest IPCC report that calls for swift action and unprecedented focus and collaboration on climate policy? Priority actions include transitioning away from natural gas in buildings and away from gas and diesel for transportation. Menlo Park can join other cities like Palo Alto and Marin in calling for new development to be all electric and carbon free, every building in the city that is built. And this can be done either through zoning and building codes or through the so-called REACH codes that deal with the State Energy Commission. And a lot of other cities are poised to join us on that. The city can also support other programs to help homeowners transition their existing natural gas appliances. I see that I'm out of time, and I'm going to share some of our plans and strategies with you, but I wanted to highlight this latest report and call for renewed efforts around climate progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diane. Bill Barron, followed by Katie Baruzzi. Bill, good evening.
Hi. I'd like to address the communication system between the city, including the city council and city staff, and the residents of Menlo Park. In most of the agenda items, notice taken by the city staff that notice was given to the residents of Menlo Park through a 72-hour notification by the posting in the agenda item. I personally do not think that's adequate. I think that there should be other means for reaching out to the residents, and it is technically flawed. I just tried to open the tonight's agenda on my Android phone, and I cannot do so. The reason I cannot do so is because the PDF file does not have a PDF extension on it. It has no extension on it whatsoever. Very easily fixed. It's been going on for years. So the other thing is that Nextdoor is often used as a means for reaching out, but it's first it's a private communications medium. People have to sign in for it, sign up for it. Many people do not do that, and not only that, after an item is listed, it fades off into the oblivion of the blog and is not apparent to people who might be interested in participating in whatever meeting is being announced. I might say that that is the reason why I am here this evening, is because I was looking for an opportunity to address the discussion on the Menlo Park Transportation Master Plan. I did not see any such notification and only learned of the regional meeting months later from a chance exchange with one of my neighbors. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Thank you very much. We do have a information item tonight on the Transportation Master Plan, and I believe it said we are going to have a workshop on December 6th, I believe, in there. So I wanted to at least, and noted your recommendations and concerns about the communication system, but I did read that we do have a upcoming Transportation Master Plan workshop, and I believe it is December 6th, and that is in the report on tonight's agenda. If it's different from the 6th, I'll announce it later, but it is the 6th? Okay, great. So there will be a workshop, and it will cover all the areas of the city, so I encourage you to mark that on your calendar, and we'll see if we can do a better job getting that information out for that date. Thank you. Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, Council. I'm Katie Baruzzi. I live in Menlo Park. I serve on the Complete Streets Commission, but I'm commenting as myself today. This will not be the last time you hear from me tonight, so I'll try to keep this brief. I want to tell you a quick story, and I think it's relevant to what we were just hearing about from Diane. It's also going to be relevant to conversations we'll have later tonight and later this year around street usage and land usage. And it's about me driving this morning. I was driving in our new electric vehicle, which is kind of awesome, although it's still a little scary to use. I don't really get the regenerative braking thing yet. And I saw somebody I knew in a bike lane, but I couldn't catch up to her because she was too fast and I was too slow. And I kept wanting to roll down the window and be like, "Hey, Jackie." It was Jackie Seabrian. She commutes every day from East Menlo Park to Oak Knoll, and she's too fast. And at one point I looked down and I was like, I'm going almost 25 miles an hour on Oak Grove, and Jackie's kind of a little bit ahead of me, and Jackie's riding an e-bike. And I know we talk a lot about bikes being kind of fringe. I've heard some of us referred to as the bike people, which is slightly derogatory, but we'll let it go. But I want to say that there's a new world coming, and people like Jackie, who's fit and able, but probably wouldn't have decided to bike every day to work in her work clothes without getting would have worried about getting sweaty and stuff like that, are able to hop on a bike and get to from their door to their place of work in record amounts of time. And they're able to do it, bypassing all the traffic, and they're able to do it in a comparatively green and clean way. And, it wasn't like she wasn't pedaling either, so she was getting some exercise. And she was riding we were on Ravenswood, which does not have bike lanes the entire way, but that's the fast way, that's the way she goes. So I want you guys to think, as you're thinking about land usage, as we're thinking about transportation master plan, as we're thinking about all of these things, and we're always talking about scarcity of parking, and we're talking about the environment. Remember that there's a new generation of vehicle mode share that's coming faster than we think, and that it's going to be a really good thing for members of our city if they can access this and feel comfortable using our roads. And that Jackie's really fast. That's it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Katie. Any other public comment cards? Okay. this section. Next, we have a commission report from the Environmental Quality Commission, and I think I saw Scott Marshall back there. Yes, come on up, Scott. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Otake and council members. Hi, I'm Scott Marshall from the chair for the Environmental Quality Commission. I need my glasses. This report is for the basically for the summer months. First of all, you may know we have 3 new members: Ryan Price, James Payne, and Tom Kabat. And I am the chair, as I said, and Ryan Price is our vice chair. We've only had, well, we worked on this on our 3rd meeting, so we've only had 2 meetings because we had a meeting off, but let me see. I'd like to read our mission statement so we can clarify what we are supposed to do for the council. The Environmental Quality Commission is charged primarily with advising the City Council on matters involving environmental protection, improvement, and sustainability. Now, at our last meeting, we completed the updates for the EQC work plan for 2018 to 2020. Sorry about that. So the Climate Action Plan goals for 2025, advance the electrical vehicle option, the electrical charging infrastructure master plan, and participate in transportation master plan. We also have the sustainability development, one of our goals, ensure the city's planning, zoning, and building codes, working with Parks and Rec to develop a 20-year plan. Also, we are working with the urban canopy preservation. We are working on the heritage tree ordinance update, and we would like to create an urban canopy inventory. We've also worked on review of green building. That would be the integration of green building codes into the downtown plan, the integration of succinct transportation options and affordable housing, and we are targeting moving to new construction for downtown specific plan free from natural gas infrastructure, like Diane Bailey had mentioned, going away from using gas to heat buildings and for cooking. Since our electricity is coming from renewable sources, we should try and use those as an option for new construction. We also had a heritage tree removal permit by Facebook. What they wanted to do was remove 14 non-native heritage trees from a parking area, and they are redesigning it to be a transit hub. So they, in their plan, they're going to have a loop for their buses that run shuttles around their campus, and they're also going to have this area be more bicycle friendly and more pedestrian friendly. And so they are removing 14 non-native trees, but in their design plan, they're going to plant 28 new trees. And the Environmental Quality Commission was very pleased with their plan, and we supported that. Let me see. We are making a recommendation to council for an exemption from the current electric vehicle charging requirements for affordable housing developments. The proposed option is providing at least 10% of all housing unit parking spaces to be supplied with electric vehicle charging stations instead of conduit and wiring for every unit. The idea of this is if you provide, I've got to keep my glasses there, sorry. If you provide wiring and conduit for every stall, then you also need to provide space for the future electrical panel in the building, and that takes up space for what could be affordable housing units. So we have, once again, recommended at least 10% of the parking units be supplied with future electrical power for charging stations for the vehicle charging. The exemption would be granted if a hardship is demonstrated. So if they come to us and say they need that space for affordable housing, actually I think it would come to the planning department, not us, but then they would get that hardship and have this 10% for them. Lastly, I am also working with the Heritage Tree Task Force, and I am a member of the EQC, of course, but I am also with the task force. In the last 3 meetings, we have found that 12 members from a diverse group in the community can work together. Just got to listen and hear what they have to say and then come to an agreement somewhere in the middle there. And our focus has been the definition of heritage trees, permit procedures, and replacement mechanisms. And that ends my update. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott? Councilmember Carlton, do you have any questions for Scott Marshall of the EQC?
No, I don't.
Great.
But thank you much for all the great work that you've been doing.
Vice Mayor Mueller?
I just wanted to say how much I appreciate your work, Scott. Your work on the UQC and your work on this issue. I know how passionate you are about it, but I also know what a great member of a committee you are on a subject like this. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller.
Councilmember Keith?
Thanks. Hi, Scott. Thanks for stepping up and being the chair of the EQC now.
Thank you.
Great to have you there. And then I'll look forward to a conversation about what the next climate action plan numbers should look like.
Absolutely. Well, like I said, we've just come up, our last meeting, we just reviewed over that, and there is a climate action subcommittee who is focused on that. And I am not a member of that, but they have more information that we'll be able to share with you soon, or with you personally as well.
Yeah, great, good. Thanks for all the work everybody's doing on that commission.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
And definitely, sincerely, our thanks, and please extend our thanks to all the members of the committee for that. hard work.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you all. Have a good evening.
Thanks,
Bye.
Scott. Okay, next we'll go to the consent calendar. I think we've got a couple of public comments I see on a couple of items. So we'll do, actually, why don't we do those public comment cards? So first is Bill Barron, who would like to speak on item H4, and followed by Sherry Soslovsky after that. So Bill, come on up. And Bill, if you can pull the microphone down too. Perfect.
I'm coming in late on this item, so I don't know if there has been any public discourse on it or not. However, I feel very strongly that before the council hands over its decision-making powers and authority to a single individual, even though that individual may be the city manager, that there should be a public discussion about any such ordinance that would do so. I noticed that in the argument in favor of it put forth by the city staff, that it would be increased efficiency in regard to the handling of in-progress projects. But there is no constraint in this ordinance insofar as the scope of that decision-making power on the part of the city manager. It does not say 1% of the budget is discretionary, 2% of the budget is discretionary. It says nothing at all about the size of the changes that might take place, which means, in fact, that the city council has lost control. The public has no input to what is going to be done to our city as a consequence of this ordinance. And I personally would strongly suggest that this item be removed from the consent calendar and placed into a discussion calendar and a request made for public input on the wisdom of this ordinance.
Thank you. Any comments or thoughts? I'm not sure who, Councilmember, why don't we go Councilmember Keith?
Thank you. Thank you for that comment. I mean, I would just ask our city manager to respond to that. Can you explain the nature of this? Or Mr. McClure?
Yeah, I think it would make more sense for me to respond. So any public works project that exceeds the city manager's authority, which is currently, I think, $66,000, requires city council approval. So we're talking about projects that are either have been approved by the city council with direction to proceed with a project, whether that is, road widening, curb gutter sidewalk improvements, other kinds of projects, requires city council approval if it's over $66,000. So it really, the only discretion is actually to sign off on the actual final design that's in accordance with the council direction and policy, so that we can get design immunity and we don't have to return it to the city council for final approval to grant that design immunity. Or for smaller projects that are within the city manager's authority, again, to get that design immunity. So it's not delegating authority to approve large projects, because the council has to approve them first. And oftentimes, it requests that the design come back. But in other situations, you have a tentative design, it's not finalized, you give direction, you direct what changes need to be made in the design of the project, you give the city manager final authority to sign off and approve those plans. And so this just kind of embodies that so that we can get design immunity.
Okay, so I don't know if that answers the question that was asked, but so it's not giving the city manager any design approval?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Vice Mayor Mueller?
I actually was going to pull H3 and H4, and I'll just speak to it. And my concern with H4, I'll just ask a question since we're asking questions on it.
H4, yes. Go ahead.
H4, so we obviously are losing our city manager. I don't know who the new one will be, but the question I had is, why are we doing it? When has this been an issue?
So we have to bring back, if there's any modification or change in the design after the city council has given direction and authority to proceed with a project, if we want to get design immunity, then we have to bring it back to the city council. And so it comes up probably, I don't know, I'd have to ask Justin, it probably comes up a half a dozen times a year where you're giving the direction, instruction to proceed with a project and design isn't an issue. I don't think the council needs to approve curb gutter sidewalk, what the final elevation is, what the width of it is, et cetera. And so this gives the city manager the authority to sign off on those kinds of projects.
Yeah, I guess, are we commenting now? Or because my confusion
on
is...
H4, yeah, go ahead.
So my confusion on this is that actually sidewalk width has been an issue for us. And actually elevation was an issue for us before. So what I'm trying to understand is this has been historically power kept by the city council. And I'm trying to, in changing it, I'm trying to figure out why. Is there something that's happened over the past year where there's been an instance that has been a problem that we kept that authority? Because by implication, it gives the residents a chance when that design comes us to say, actually, the width of the sidewalk is a problem. We want it to be this wide as opposed to that wide. It's not just taking away the discretionary authority from the council. It's also taking away an opportunity for public input. So is there some instance that if I was going to be putting it on the scales, I would say, well, it makes sense we should do that?
So I can't think of a specific incidents. Justin?
Hello, Justin Murphy, Public Works Director. So one bucket of things are the items that are actually within the city manager's authority. So without getting into legal issues, my recollection of the reason why our legal team decided that it would be a good thing to bring this forward is that there are certain things that are kind of approved at a staff level under that $66,000 limit for which we don't have explicit design authority, design immunity. So I think at that level, at a bare minimum, we want to get that taken care of. In terms of the larger items, so items greater than $66,000, for the most part, I mean, we're following the council direction on the designs. So I think it's more of the technicalities of the design authority that we're trying to ensure that Ts are crossed, Is are dotted to confirm that we're in complete compliance with the design immunity. There's nothing in terms of changing council direction that would occur. That just wouldn't work. So I think it's more from on the larger projects, is to ensure that any change orders that come through the process, they're always going to be consistent with the design, with the council's direction. They're just more technicalities.
Okay, have you made the request to pull H3 and H4?
Yeah, on H3, I just wanted the opportunity to vote against it. I don't need to have discussion on it. We've all been through this before.
Well, I'm not sure, do we have a public comment? Sherry Zaslowski, I think.
I still have a question on H4, if we're still on that. Are we still on H4? I
Yeah,
have a question
okay.
for Justin.
Sherry, hold on one second. You've got a question on the H4. Let's do that.
Thank you. Justin, just going back to what you were saying about projects over versus under 66,000. So we could change this to just be for projects under 66,000.
Let's see, I'm trying to check with the city attorney in terms of what requires a reintroduction of an ordinance versus adopting. So taking a step back from the procedural component, could the council change it to tie it to the contracting authority conceptually? That may be possible.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Bill, is that accurate?
Yeah, it would require reintroduction,
Okay, I mean, that's
but we can do that tonight with that change.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I think when I hear about that, I think I'd be able to say, I think under 66K makes sense to me, but maybe over, let's not do that. So that would be my modification to H4, and then have it come back with that change. Do you want me to make a motion to that effect?
Well, why don't we, so we're
We're
doing
bifurcating
questions on the whole consent and taking comments. Why don't we continue on comments, and then it looks like we are going to pull a couple of these for actual, for specific votes. But I think out of deference, I know Sherry's been waiting patiently and wanted to invite her to come up and speak. And I assume it's on H3. Sherry, I did read your email today, so.
Yes.
Yes, well, one of them is H3. Okay. Yes. Good evening, Mayor Otake, council members. I'm Sherry Zaslowski. I live in the downtown Menlo Park. So this will not be a popular comment. I'm going to talk to you about Redflex camera, which we might call Red Flag camera. This company has a history of corruption, etc. I would like to read to you just a little bit from the Daily Post. Former Redflex CEO Karen Finley was sentenced by a federal judge to serve 30 months in prison in the Illinois case. This is bribery. And 14 months in the Ohio case. She's also been ordered to pay $2 million in restitution. Red light cameras were popular in the early 2000s, but they've since been dropped by many cities in the Bay Area, including Redwood City, Belmont, San Carlos, Hayward, and Cupertino. And I would encourage you all to follow suit there, to pull this off of the consent calendar. And also, council members, it looks fishy that after, it's been 2 years, 3 years, 4 years we've had these contracts, that now we need 2 more months in order to tell if it's useful. It may look to residents like you are stalling until after the election, because I know some of you are running for office. And you must know that the red light cameras are very unpopular with the residents. There are many issues, issues of accuracy, issues of how long is this information stored and where and who has access to it, issues of the corrupt practices of the company, etc. And so I would really encourage you to pull it from the consent calendar and just to follow suit with the rest of the Bay Area, the peninsula, and cancel the contract. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. And then now I see that there are these cards on consent items. Okay, so next is Jen Willison, followed by Adina Levin. And as you come up, Jen, if you could tell us which item you're speaking on of the consent.
Good evening, Council. I'm speaking on H3. I'm Jen Wallison with Parents for Safe Routes. And I just want to tell you, as a resident and as the founder and chair of Parents for Safe Routes, a safety advocacy group, I'm completely in favor of red light cameras, particularly at Ravenswood and El Camino. Just yesterday, I watched a pedestrian who was wearing a neon safety vest almost get hit by a car making a right turn at that light on the red. So I really think, given our commitment to Vision Zero and Complete Streets, given the Stanford development that's going to be going up on El Camino, and we're going to have office workers who are hopefully going to be coming into our downtown to have lunch and going to Cafe Baroni, and they're going to be walking down El Camino and crossing Ravenswood, the last thing we want to do is take away any safety enforcement at that intersection. If the issue is whether this particular contract is scamming us or doing something, that's something else. But philosophically, I think that red light cameras are the right thing, and that I would encourage those residents who have been negatively impacted by red light cameras to stop at the red light, and if there's an error, to go to court and say that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Adina Levin.
Dina Levin, Menlo Park resident. I serve on the Complete Streets Commission. I'm representing myself and talking about H3 and the red light camera issue. And like Jen Willison, I have not researched this particular vendor and have no opinion about the particular vendor, but I do have an opinion about the red light cameras and the value of that in terms of safety and maintaining the safety for pedestrians in our community. We do not have enough police to sit at every single intersection all the time. And as a pedestrian, I do use the intersection at Ravenswood and El Camino and the red light enforced intersections on a frequent and regular basis. And drivers often do not pay attention to pedestrians when pedestrians have the right of way. And having this automated enforcement is something that I think is good, valuable, and important in terms of maintaining that pedestrian safety. The other day, there was a long next door thread where somebody had gotten a red light ticket and they were trying to complain and get sympathy on Nextdoor, and the photograph that they shared actually showed that the light was red. And most of the people on that thread said, look, you know, you violated the law and, you know, went through that intersection on a red light. You are not going to get away with this. Please pay your ticket. And so there were multiple, I think more than 10 on this thread saying, you know, you should be following the law, and that, you know, this is something that is protecting safety in our community and would encourage us to keep red light cameras for that reason. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Adina. All right, so you've pulled H3 and H4, but before we entertain a motion, I did have, I apologize, a question on H5, but if my question's answered, we won't need to pull it and we can do a motion to adopt all the others. So the question on H5, which is the EV charging stations, is and while you're coming up, I'll just give you the background or tell you the questions. So, you know, with the other parking spots that we will be requiring conduit, it's my understanding, or one of the letters submitted talked about that we are requiring both conduit and wiring at the same time, and asked and said that, I'm paraphrasing, that they felt that the wiring was, that conduit was okay, but they were worried about not laying the wiring at the same time, that was an unnecessary expense. Wiring could change, don't want to, you know, all sorts of different reasons.
And I do remember that had come up in when we previously discussed it. How did that get resolved or changed or not in this version? So.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Taki. I'm Deanna Chow. Excuse me. Battling a little bit of a cold. Assistant Community Development Director. So I believe you're speaking with respect to multifamily residential developments.
Correct. Multifamily residential.
Yes. And so there is no change that has been proposed from what the Planning Commission saw. And so what is being proposed for multifamily residential, so it's 3 or more units for brand new construction, it would be conduit and wiring for each unit, and then there would be a percentage, I believe 15% of EVSE, the electric vehicle supply equipment installed for the units. So it is conduit and wiring proposed in this ordinance.
Okay. And Ron, while you're up here, Ron LaFrance, thank you. Wanted to get your sense. I mean, is it a big issue to have the wiring in there? Are wiring technologies changing? Is this going to be, a big expense later than if to put in different, or just? I mean, I wanted to get your sense as our building manager. I mean, you've seen, situations like this.
So the additional overall cost of the wiring on a new construction is not a huge fiscal impact. The concern is that has been expressed to us through different meetings has been that the wiring size may be inadequate for future, essentially too small for future chargers, or if it's oversized, that's not an issue. But the fact that we don't know what size wiring we're going to need for a charger 10 years from now, and 10 years from now they go to install it, they have to pull this wire out to put in new wire, and then that's the overriding concern.
Okay, but even then, it doesn't sound like it's a big expense issue. It's at least in your
I would say less than 1% of the project.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
May I say one?
Yes.
I just want to thank you guys. When we talked at the last meeting, we asked you to make it possible within this ordinance so that we can put that Tesla supercharger station into the Sharon Heights parking lot. It's my understanding we accomplished that in this. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. So with that question being answered, then we've got H3 and H4 pulled, but do we have a motion to accept the other consent?
1, 2, 5, and 6.
Okay.
I'll move to approve.
And I will second when the button comes up, I'll go ahead and second.
I'm voting in favor.
Okay. Oh, yes. Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Okay, so we're now making a motion and voting.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. All right. H3, is that okay? We'll take it in order.
Yeah, that's great. I do actually have so I can express now what the issue is. My understanding is this isn't going out to RFP, that we're going to accept 2 months more. We're asking for 2 months to get more information from Red Flex to go ahead and renew their contract. What I really would like to see, I don't want to do business with Red Flex anymore. And so this is, to me, and for the reasons we heard in public comment, there's kind of a colored history there with that company. But more importantly, I'd like to also see it go out to RFP. I'd like to bring that and then have the real, I don't have a problem if we go ahead and continue this for 2 months. What I want to see happen is that this go out to RFP, and then we do have a robust discussion, because we've heard from the community multiple times their issue with the red light traffic lights. But also, I'd like to do business with a different company if possible. If it's not so that's my big thing here. I'm happy to compromise on the vote and say, fine, we can go ahead and continue this 2 months. But during the interim time period, I don't want to just wait for Red Flex to give us more information. I want to look and see what else we can do.
Yeah, and I know I had.
This is Catherine.
Yes,
I have a
Councilmember
question.
Carlton. Go ahead.
Is it possible, we have a long, robust history with this company of years. Is it not possible for us to do an evaluation without extending the contract?
I wanted to make sure I heard that. Is it possible for us to do what rather than?
Well, the whole reason we're extending it is to do an evaluation, right?
Well,
is it not? Do we have to extend it to do an evaluation on the service?
I think the purpose of the staff report was to extend it 2 months, because one of the questions was that, and I'll mention that one of the questions that I had, and may have led to this extension, this delay, is because I wanted them to get efficacy statistics. You know, now that this is now our second iteration, and I know there's time. You know, they're collecting that. I also did see in some previous emails that other cities have been able to negotiate better deals with Redflix, and so I wanted to make sure that they had our staff had the time to negotiate with Redflix, and that the proposal was to come back on December 4th to evaluate whether or not.
Absolutely. Sorry, go on.
But now the question that I think Vice Mayor Mueller has asked, which is about doing an RFP, that would be a longer process. So and
right. And my question was going back and doing the analysis that you just discussed. Are they not able to do that with all of the information that we have previously? Do we have to extend this in order to do an evaluation?
So again, I'm having difficulty hearing, but also Chief Bertini is coming up.
The evaluation you discussed, going through the data for efficacy, surely they can do that now. They don't need 2 more months of information to do that analysis.
Well, Chief Bertini?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The issue is the contract's going to expire, and what we need some time to get the information that is needed to come back to you in 2 months with the opportunity to extend it for a longer period, whether it's 2-3 years or at the council's discretion, even to scrap the program. But what we're doing here is we are keeping the system in operation for another 2 months while we do this, and we get that information to come back to you. The issue with an RFP, that's certainly at the council direction if that's something that the entire council would want. It would just be logical that whatever other company would have to come in would have to install their own equipment. And one of the advantages of using Redflex is their equipment is already installed. Because it's been installed for so long, the price is going to be lower. We had discussions with the Redflex representative today. The price is going to come in lower than it was in the past because the equipment is so old that they've paid for it already.
Well, so if I can suggest, and let's see if this.
I have a couple of questions too.
Okay, I mean, I do think we ought to. Well, go ahead, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chief Bertini. It's just interesting to hear that the equipment is so old that it's paid for, and I just wonder if there's better equipment available now. But I think what I would like to see is I'd like to see us go out to bid as well. And I agree with. Thank you to all 3 speakers who spoke on this. I think that they are useful tools to help with our people running red lights. And frankly, with traffic the way it is, I think that you guys can't be everywhere, and people want you in more places than we have you currently. And you've done a lot of overtime now on Willow Road because of the construction there. So I'm interested in having this, but I'd like to know what the other vendors would charge. And I mean, I don't know what the technology is looking like now versus 2 years ago. I don't know how much, if it's cheaper for companies to come in now. I just don't know. And so I would like to see us go out for an RFP and find that information out. And I would love to see us do it sooner rather than later. But I think we should have an extension on this because I don't think we want this to expire.
Okay.
I've been railing against. You all probably remember. I've been railing against Redflix for years and years and years, and have not liked this contract. And I am delighted to hear that my colleagues are in agreement with me on reviewing this company. Absolutely delighted.
Okay. So it sounds like we can have entertain a motion to extend, but also with what I'm hearing is also with the direction to go to RFP, and that may mean on December 4th you may come back to us and say it turns out there is other companies out there, but the RFP process is going to take longer. But I do think there's support for looking in and seeing if there are other companies that it makes sense to do an RFP.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I was just advised by the Assistant City Manager that we only have 2 business meetings left prior to December 4th. So if we were to go out for RFP, we would probably have to extend this for a longer period.
If we're going to do an RFP, it's going to take us, a couple of months to put out the RFP at least and get responses back and be able to evaluate the responses, et cetera, to really bring them back to the council. So if you want us to go through the RFP process, we need to extend the contract. And unless we want them to go dark and not operational beginning November 1st, we probably want to extend like 6 months. And with direction that we go out through an RFP process, bring back recommendations and the data on it as well.
Okay, Councilmember Klein.
That's the motion I would make. It opens it up to the bidding process, but it extends the time so that we can get the data and keep it operational.
Okay, Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is a friendly amendment that on the date that it comes back, we're not just talking about the RFP, but we're also expect that the staff report will include arguments as to why to keep the program at all, because I think
the efficacy
of the
analysis.
Program.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that should be what the data hopefully comes through. I accept the friendly amendment on the motion.
Okay, so Councilmember Klein has made a motion to go to RFP, which may require an extension of up to 6 months.
It's a motion to approve an extension for up to 6 months and to direct staff to proceed with an RFP process as well as the data and analysis for the efficacy of a red light traffic system and to return with the results of both of those within that 6-month period of time.
Chief Bertini, is that okay? Just
yes, we are kind of on a month by month now, and obviously after two months, which we had the agreement for, we'd have to ask them if they would be okay with continuing for the extra 4 months. But I think that would be acceptable.
It may actually help in the negotiations. So. With that, okay, so there's a motion by Councilmember Klein. There's a friendly amendment. Is there a second on his motion? And okay, Vice Mayor. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Carlton is seconded.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. H4. Yeah,
So
now I
on
think
H4,
you had a recommended amendment perhaps to this?
That we go ahead and move forward with it for items under 66,000. And I think that's really, we talk about streamlining here all the time and trying to streamline things and so that staff can get things done. So I would suggest that we do it for the under 66K. And I don't know if...
Before we proceed with that, can I, Justin has had an opportunity to think about, or Nick, somebody's had an opportunity to think about what kind of projects might have occurred that exceeded the city manager's authority, where you specifically delegated authority to the city manager and wanted to proceed with the project. You didn't want to hold it up. You didn't want it to have to come back to you. One was the Corporation Yard well. That's a large project that was delegated to Construction Contract Authority to the city manager. And again, there's not a lot of design to it, but that was one. Another was the Marmona Transportation Management Plan. It was like a $125,000 project where that authority was delegated to the city manager. And so the final design of that was delegated to staff. You didn't want to get into, the width, the height, all of that kind of stuff.
Yes, Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, but I think the thing to note, though, that in each one of those instances, we were asked to do that, and we considered it, took public input, and made that decision. What I would really be looking for in this circumstance, and I completely respect why, but where I'd be looking for in this circumstance that would affect my thinking was the circumstance where we didn't delegate authority, and there was some prejudice as a result of that.
Right. So one way of addressing that is modifying the language to delegate the final design review authority for projects which the City Council has delegated design approval to the city manager or to staff, and projects that are within the city manager's discretionary authority.
You always formulate the best motions.
That's fine.
That's the motion.
That's the motion. Great. Is there a second?
So moved.
Great. So, and Councilmember Carlton, just before we vote, did you have anything to that you'd like to discuss on this, or?
No, I understand the concern. It's a little circular to say that we're giving power to the city manager to make a decision on something when we give power for the city manager to make a decision. But I understand that if we limit it to the smaller projects, that doesn't bother me as much. But I did have questions about this myself when it came up.
Okay, so we are about to vote. What is your vote on this? Councilmember Carlton?
With the limitations given, I would vote in favor.
Okay, great, and let's all vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Great. Thank you. All right, we got through the...
And sorry, that was an introduction that's being reintroduced with those changes, and then it'll come back for second reading and final adoption.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Bill. All right, now we will move to public hearing. The public hearing is to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission approval of architectural control for a new mixed-use office and residential building at 840 Menlo Avenue, and consider modifications to the long-term plan for receiving operations at Draeger's Market at 1010 University Drive. For all of you that have been waiting for this hearing, thank you for your patience. We're now ready to proceed. So let's see, Associate Planner Katie Meter and Senior Transportation Engineer Christian Choi will make the presentation. Good evening to you both. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. As you said, I'm Katie Metter with the Planning Division, and this is Christian Choi with the Transportation Division. So tonight we have two items for you to consider. One is the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval for a new development at 840 Menlo, and the second is modifications to the loading operations for Draeger's Market. So the proposed development is mixed-use office and residential development. It's 3 stories tall. On the ground level, they have parking and lobby entrances. On the second level, they have approximately 6,000 square feet of office use. And on the third level, they have 3 2-bedroom residential units. So this project is located in the El Camino downtown specific plan area and meets the relevant development standards. The site is a vacant lot, and it was previously used for Draeger's loading until 2001. The site has always been under separate ownership from Draeger's, and when the lease agreement ended, the loading operations were moved to Evelyn Street. On March 12th, the Planning Commission reviewed and approved the proposed development, and shortly after, on March 27th, the Planning Commission approval was appealed by Draeger's Market. The appeal states that the required architectural findings cannot be made and primarily focuses on the project's relationship to the loading zone. So tonight, the City Council has several options for action. They can deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission's approval, uphold the appeal and deny the Planning Commission's approval, or modify the Planning Commission's approval.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Again, Christiane Choi with the Transportation Division, and I'm going to be going over the possible loading options for the Draeger's Market. So just to kind of orient you, here's a map that shows the Draeger's Market is located in the northwest quadrant of the intersection of Menlo Avenue and University Drive, and then just to the north of it is the 840 Menlo property. Currently, the long-term operations for Draeger's Market allows the parking plaza 4 to be used for loading operations, the parking aisle closest to the market until 10 a.m., and then the opposite side until 7 a.m., and then also a on-street loading zone on Evelyn is allowed between 5 a.m. and 10 p.m. So when we looked at the possible relocation of the loading zone, some of the things that we considered was the operations of the Draeger's Market loading, their size and number of trucks, potential conflicts with bicyclists and pedestrians, and then minimizing the crossing of public streets, as well as the overall parking availability in the downtown area. So staff went to the Complete Streets Commission on this item in January of this year, and at that time, the commission voted unanimously for staff to work with both the 840 Menlo applicant and the Draeger's Market to look for loading zone options other than Menlo Avenue. Several options were proposed by both the Draeger's Market and the 840 Menlo applicant, and those options were then presented to the Complete Streets Commission in October as requested by the council. And so I'm going to go over those 5 potential loading options next. So first, options A and B, they both require relocation of the project driveway, and since there are other possible options, staff is not recommending those options at this time. So we're going to focus more on the next 3 options. Option C is keeping the loading zone on the same side of Evelyn Avenue adjacent to the 840 Menlo property. This would require a shortened loading zone size of 40 feet. However, some of the advantages of this location is it's in the same location as it is currently, does not require deliveries to cross many public streets to access the market. However, some of the disadvantages are that because of the new development, this would require deliveries to be crossing both the project driveway and the front entrance. And then also, we've been told by Draeger's that while most of their deliveries can be accommodated by the 40-foot loading zone, that on occasion they have trucks that are a little bit larger and they wouldn't be accommodated by this size. Option D is a loading zone on the opposite side of Evelyn Avenue, adjacent to 830 Menlo property. This loading zone option does require deliveries to cross Evelyn to access the market. The advantages of this would be that I neglected to mention this for option C, but this would be on the side street, Evelyn Street, which is a street that has lower volumes of traffic and also bicycles. And then another advantage of this loading zone option is that there are no building entrances on along the 830 Menlo frontage. And then lastly, option E, this is kind of a variation of the option that was presented to this Complete Streets Commission in January, where they expressed concerns about the conflicts between the deliveries and bicyclists. And so this option involves removing parking on both sides of Menlo, adjacent to or in this block between Evelyn and University. And this would allow us to restripe this block to provide additional space between the loading zone and bicyclists. So the advantages of this option is that it is adjacent to the Draeger's Market, where they do have a service store. They currently do not use that service store, so they would require some modification of their store layout to accommodate deliveries there. And then it is, of course, the other disadvantage is it is on Menlo, which has the higher volume of traffic and bicyclists. So the Complete Streets recommendation at their meeting was for option D. This is the location where the delivery loading zone is on the north side of Evelyn, adjacent to 830 on the opposite side of the street. They also recommended that the loading zone be between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. and asked for additional study for safety improvements at the Menlo and Evelyn intersection, as well as a mid-block crossing. And the other recommendation was to extend the Plaza 4 loading hours on both sides of the parking aisle from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. And I've included a picture there just so you could remember. We talked a little bit about the existing operations. And because this would be a reduced 40-foot size loading zone on Evelyn, staff is also recommending that the market be allowed to close the Plaza 4 parking aisle for a delivery one time a week outside of the set delivery hours to accommodate a larger truck. So staff is recommending that you deny the appeal and select one of the three options, options C, D, or E. And that concludes my presentation, and open it up to any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. And are there any qualifying or any just clarifying questions first that we have? Okay. Catherine, do you have any clarifying question before we go to the hearing and the presentations?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, so as I understand correctly, so the applicant will make a presentation first of approximately 10 minutes, then the appellant will make a presentation. If I'm reading my notes correctly, and staff, please tell me if that's... so the applicant, I presume, is the 840 Menlo team, and then the appellant, which will be the Draeger's team, will then make a presentation. The applicant will then have the opportunity for rebuttal for 10 minutes. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Otake, members of the council. My name is Ken Hayes with Hayes Group Architects. We were the architects for the building at 840 Menlo. I'll be making the initial part of the presentation, to be followed by John Hanna, my client's counsel. I'm joined tonight also by my client, the Troyal family, who are here in the audience. The project that was approved, I need the clicker. There we go, technology. Okay, the project that was approved in March was a new three-story mixed-use building with ground floor parking. The main lobby's on the ground floor, has a second floor of Class A office, and 3 residential condominiums on the third floor. This is the site plan, the ground floor plan of that building. In the upper left-hand corner in the purple is the main lobby for the building, and it's located in that corner to create a stronger connection to the downtown, towards Santa Cruz Avenue, what we see as the downtown and the activity center of Menlo Park. The vehicular entry is located immediately adjacent to that lobby entrance, a safe distance away from Menlo Avenue, and coupled with the main lobby. And so we believe that having the main lobby and the main vehicular entrance next to each other sort of assists in wayfinding and understanding how to use the building so you don't get lost. It's not a big building, but it can be an issue. Vehicular circulation is highlighted in yellow, so we have the main elevator and stair associated with that lobby in the corner, providing activity inside the building that pedestrians can see, and then a secondary exit stair is over on the lower right-hand corner. Rendering of the building that was approved, it has a strong brick base that conceals the parking. That brick base relates to the Draeger's context. The office floor rests on top of that with full-height glass to provide daylighting inside the building, provide views out within and inside and outside. That is also a pedestrian-oriented design feature. The residential units on the third floor, you can see a couple people up there. The balconies are on the front of the building. They live to this side of the building, essentially. So you can imagine that having trucks loading and unloading outside the office windows and the residential balconies on Evelyn and Menlo will destroy the views. And they'll destroy the desire to be outside and sort of the overall enjoyment of the building. Plus, it puts the occupants and the users, including families going to those units, potentially at risk as they come and go with shipping or with receiving operations taking place on Evelyn. The Draegers had submitted 2 loading zone alternatives, A and B, that staff briefly covered, but they've been removed from the staff report, and are not being recommended tonight, so I'm not going to spend any time on those options. We didn't support them, and neither does staff. Option C, though, in front of you here, shows that 59-foot area on on Evelyn that would be available for a 40-foot loading zone. And the loading zone itself would be 16 feet back from the intersection with Menlo, so it wouldn't extend as far as this drawing shows. It would be 16 feet back. Goods will have to be hauled, let's say, from the back of the truck 132 feet past our garage entrance, past the main building entrance, through the parking plaza to the receiving door of Draegers. We're concerned about safety. We're concerned about vehicles. Oh, I apologize. The next slide is not in there. We're concerned about vehicles pulling out of the entrance to the garage, exiting the garage, and not being able to see beyond that truck that would be parked in that loading zone. And we had BKF engineers prepare a drawing that I apologize, I thought was in here, that shows that a vehicle approaching the Menlo intersection from, let's say, that direction, probably that direction on your drawing, has about 1 second to respond to a car that would be pulling out of the garage, or vice versa. A car pulling out of the garage has about 1 second to pick up that car that is coming past a truck that could potentially be located in the loading zone, because it blocks it. It's a blind spot as you look to the right. The recommended AASHTO standard is 7.5 seconds. So we've reduced that severely with this scenario. The other option, option D, is the option that was recommended by the Complete Streets Commission. It's also a 40-foot loading zone. So like the option C, it only supports some of the trucks that would be using that loading zone. Goods from this position would either cut diagonally across the street, past our driveway entrance, past our main building entrance, and down the side of the building like the other proposal, or if a crosswalk was added there, across a crosswalk and then down our entire frontage, or there was also some suggestion that a crosswalk be added sort of mid-block across from Parking Plaza 5 that then they would go down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street and cross the street there. We again have safety issues associated with this one, and I honestly thought this seemed like a non-starter when we went to the Complete Streets Commission. I was very surprised that this garnered the support. So like I said, we have concerns about safety, and again, it doesn't support all the trucks. So the Evelyn Block loading zone does not support the pedestrian-oriented goals of the downtown specific plan. It exposes the building occupants and the community to significant safety, noise, congestion issues, and pervasive chaos associated with potentially hundreds of delivery trucks per month on Evelyn. I'd like to also point out that Evelyn Street, if I go back, is only 34 feet wide. I don't know how the unloading zone works there now. If you have 2 traffic lanes at 10 feet, that's 20 feet of that 34. So 20 feet from the 34 leaves 14 feet divided equally, 7 feet for a loading zone, 7 feet for the parking that's on the other side of the street. The two just don't work. So I think if there was a loading zone, the street would have to be momentarily one way, or we'd have to paint the entire frontage red on the 840 Menlo side of the street to allow the cars to pass safely. I'm sorry, did you have a question?
Vice Mayor Miller.
Yeah, I have a question about this slide. Isn't it true, sir, that if you go further down the sidewalk along Menlo Avenue, there's another entrance to Drager's that is a potential loading entry?
Correct.
So it's possible to cross the sidewalk and use the sidewalk and go to a loading entry door along Menlo Avenue and not have to cross diagonally across the street or across the driveway?
That's correct.
All right, thank you, sir.
During the Complete Streets Commission, that was not contemplated in my understanding of the approval. So we hired BKF. This is the drawing that shows the sight line, basically. If someone pulled out of that garage, that blue is a 40-foot truck parked in the loading zone on Evelyn, and the gray area is the area that's shaded and blocks the view of those cars from a driver pulling out. And so we hired BKF to do the drawing that was just before, but also to look at the Menlo loading zone. We created a 62-foot loading zone outlined in blue there along the side of the Drager's building, which could accommodate all of their trucks that I understand. It's opposite the Drager's loading door. Basically, you walk across the sidewalk and you're in the loading door of Drager's. Depending upon how long your truck is, it's either directly across, or in this case, if it's a 55-foot truck or whatever, it's a little bit further. But the concept is it's right there. There's no hauling of goods down the sidewalk, so you wouldn't have, if the loading zone was on Evelyn, you wouldn't have any of that chaos associated with trying to get to this door. It seems to be the least amount of disruption to any pedestrians, and it doesn't interfere with the 840 Menlo project. It's alongside the Drager's building, which is where it belongs. There are no sightline issues. You pull straight in, you can pull straight out. There's no awkward maneuvering or turning of trucks to make it into this loading zone. It's straight in, straight out. We've created a bike lane on either side of the road in this block of Menlo to make sure that there's a safe way to get past the loading zone. It does eliminate 4 cars on Menlo. However, we're able to pick up 2 cars on Evelyn because there's no longer going to be a loading zone there. And potentially we could pick up 3 cars. So we think this is a better alternative. We support it. It's one of the proposals staff supports and has looked at. It's also supported by Nelson Nygaard, who is Drager's consultant on the loading zone. So I'd like to turn it over to John Hanna.
And while you're transitioning, we're going to try and call Councilmember Carlton.
Oh, did she fall off the line?
So during the, so give us a second, and we'll give you a chance to transition.
Thank you.
So.
Hello?
Hello, Councilmember Carlton. Can you hear us okay?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear us okay?
Yep.
All right, wonderful.
Great. Okay.
Yes, can you hear me? Sorry about that.
Okay, Mr. Hanna, proceed.
So we're back online. Thank you. I'm John Hanna, the land use attorney for the Trulio Walker family. On our limited time tonight, I'm not going to rehash all of the legal issues or the truck traffic issues or the load consolidation issues, except I do need just to make one thing clear, that by our agreeing to a loading zone on Menlo, which we are agreeing to, that we are not abandoning our position that load consolidation and or management of deliveries is something that's going to be required in order to reduce the amount of truck traffic to a reasonable level. And we specifically reserve the rights to seek whatever remedies may be available in the future to challenge the volume and frequency of truck deliveries should the conditions and restrictions on deliveries that are contained in the staff recommended conditions and staff resolution, if adopted by the council, prove to be in any way inadequate to address the problem, and if the volume of truck traffic that we have seen in the past should continue unabated. So our position on these issues, the legal issues, the truck traffic, the load consolidation, is all pretty clearly set forth in the hearings we've had, in our written communications, and in our briefs. So I don't want to spend any more time on them. I hope it will not be necessary, but in order to have a complete record, should it be necessary to rely upon that record, we request that all of the previous letters, documents, exhibits, photographs, PowerPoint presentations, and recorded transcript of proceedings before the staff, the Complete Streets Commission, the Planning Commission, and the City Council be preserved and made a part of the record in these proceedings. So having got that out of the way, one thing I'm not going to do tonight is to play the numbers game with you. If you've read your materials, you know we have three different sets of numbers. We have our numbers, we have the Draeger's numbers, and we have the Nelson Nygaard numbers, all differing as to the number of trucks per month. And I'm not going to debate that tonight. The bottom line is, no matter which set of numbers you take, it's a lot of trucks. And that volume, even at the lowest volume of trucks, on a truck loading zone in front of this project would simply kill the project. If you've had a chance to look at your multitude of documents, you'll know that there are a couple of letters in there from two very well-known and respected developers, Roxy Rapp and Chop Keenan, who together have done scores of projects in the peninsula of Palo Alto, Menlo Park, and they both say that this project, if it had a loading zone on Evelyn, it is a non-starter. They wouldn't do it, they wouldn't build it, they wouldn't buy it. So, all aside from the legal and economic issues, I think there's a question also of fairness and equity, and I think that Planning Commission Chair Drew Combs nailed this in March 12th of this year when he said in the Planning Commission hearing, and I quote, "I think that if you have this parcel being developed, then Evelyn immediately goes away as a loading zone. I mean, so irrespective of different options regarding where the driveway is, it's like essentially the city is going to have a loading zone servicing one building in front of another building, thereby diminishing all of the ability of the owner to get value from his building. I think if that is a route that the city goes, then the city is going to have a cause of action where it's the defendant very quickly So I think if this parcel is being developed, then Evelyn goes away, close quote. So, assuming that Evelyn is out of the picture, let's talk about these options anyway, just very briefly. A and B, which the staff doesn't recommend, both involve redesign of the building. That's not happening. Nobody's going to redesign a building in order to enable a loading zone to be put in front of it. A, B, C, and D, each one of them you've heard from Mr. Hayes. They only accommodate a truck. The loading zone is only 40 feet, and they will not accommodate the occasional larger trucks that make deliveries to Draegers. A, B, and C all involve dragging pallets of goods down sidewalks in front of the new building. D involves dragging them across the street, mid-block, or dragging them on the sidewalk up to the corner, across the street, and down to the Draeger's door. And if you even think for a moment about that, there's something better about having the loading zone across the street from Evelyn. Think again. If you can imagine with these big plate glass windows with these office workers sitting there and these people living up above, that truck loading zone across the street is less than 30 feet from their front door. So which side of the street it's on makes no difference. In either way, it kills the project. There wouldn't be a project if there's a loading zone on either side of Evelyn. So let's talk about the Menlo Avenue loading zone. This was recommended by staff previously, twice. It was recommended to the council by staff in November of last year. It was recommended by staff to the Streets Commission earlier this year. Now, you've already heard that it gives you 60 feet, which means the occasional larger trucks could use this loading zone. It fronts only Draegers, and guess what? Who's across the street? Draegers, their parking lot. So it's not interfering with anybody else's property values. There's no dragging pallets down sidewalks or across streets. It has bike lanes, which are there in conformity to the long-range plan, which has Menlo as a bike route. According to the Nelson Nygaard report, this option E meets city and industry standards. It also, according to Nelson Nygaard, meets standards for bicycles. Of course, also according to Nelson Nygaard, there's no increase in truck traffic and turns from Menlo on to University because the trucks go that way anyway now. So, having said all of that, the really most important and significant point here is that the Menlo loading zone is the only one upon which both Draegers and the Trulio Walker family agree. So the Planning Commission has enthusiastically endorsed this project. Draegers supports the new project. A loading zone on Evelyn is a non-starter. It means no project. You approve a loading zone on Menlo, and in my opinion, everybody wins. Whatever happens tonight, there needs to be a clear separation of these two items on the agenda. We've asked that condition 4F and the conditions applicable to the 840 Menlo project be deleted. That says that no building permits prior to council action on the loading zone condition. In other words, after the hearing tonight, assuming you're going to adopt something, they should be able to go in and apply for building permits with a project approved and with this loading zone issue behind them. The staff draft resolution, I had marked up some suggested changes in it, which should be in your packet. I emailed it to everyone last night. If you don't have it, I'm sure that staff can quickly make copies available to you. Basically, what I had done was to mark up certain sections of the resolution to make it easier for you. One of them was deleting condition 4F. The other was replacing the word Evelyn with Menlo wherever it appears, and deleting the requirement that Drager's door on Menlo be used only for emergency purposes. So both the Dragers and the Trulio Walker families have reached agreement on something for what's probably not an exaggeration to say the first time in many years. So I think that if I were you, I'd jump on it, frankly. If there's any questions, I'd be glad to answer them. Otherwise, whatever time we have left, save for rebuttal if necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question, Vice Mayor Mueller?
I do. Mr. Hanna, you indicated that you thought that we should separate the building permit from the parking where we designate the loading parking. My job is to represent the city of Menlo Park. And if we do that, doesn't that give you the opportunity to sue us, proceed with building the project? So you could sue us over where the loading zone was, but continue to proceed with the project. You didn't really present us with any evidence why we should separate the two. And it seems to me like there's actually, I'm not sure that's actually in the interest of the city. So why would we separate the two?
Well, what maybe you misunderstood or I didn't communicate it properly. What I mean is right now, it says that the project is not approved until the council takes action on the loading zone condition. Right. I'm assuming that you're going to take action on the loading zone condition tonight, so the loading zone condition should no longer then be an impediment to us going in and applying for a building permit.
But why would we separate the two? You indicated we should separate the two, but you didn't give us a public policy reason why.
Well, by separating the two, what I mean is simply this, that you're going to take some action tonight. So suppose you, if you approve whatever your action is, you're going to, I assume, deny the appeal and approve the project, and I assume you're going to approve a loading zone. Mm-hmm. So that means that the applicant should be able to go in and pull a building permit then, and not have somebody say, no, wait a minute.
But couldn't we approve that on the basis of where the loading zone is? We could approve the building permit on the basis of where the loading zone is.
Yes, exactly.
And if you chose to challenge it, your building could be delayed.
Well, if we were to challenge it, sure.
So
but we're not going to challenge it if it's Menlo. If it's not Menlo, then it's a different ballgame.
Right. I mean, the fact is that part of the thing that's happened here is that in your advocacy this evening, you've threatened to sue us. And so, but in the same instance, you've asked us to adopt a public policy position that would give you the opportunity to sue us by separating them. And my question is, why would we do that?
Well, I have not threatened to sue. I've merely protected the record. I hope nothing like that will be necessary. and I hope that you are in agreement that that is something to be avoided. And I think you're maybe misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not trying to maneuver something here legally. I'm simply wanting to put us in a position without any further delay of being able to proceed and apply for a building permit after tonight. That's it.
I understand. With Mr. Combs' statement, do you know, sir, was he asked when he made that statement whether or not he was speaking about, when he was speaking about Evelyn, whether or not he was speaking about the piece of road specifically directly in front of the project as opposed to across the street? Because if I were looking at that statement in a court of law, I would object it was vague, ambiguous, and overbroad if he hadn't been asked whether or not he was speaking about directly in front of the building or across the street.
I don't think that at that time the thought of putting it across the street was in front of anyone.
I
It was
appreciate
not
that.
an option at that time.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Questions from Councilmember Carlton at this point before we move on to the appellant's presentation? Catherine, do you have any?
No, but I had the impression that he threatened to sue the city when I had met with him before. So I got the same feeling tonight when he spoke. So I understand how Vice Mayor Mueller came to that conclusion.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So now the appellant's chance to make a presentation. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Camis Steinmetz, legal counsel to Draeger's Market. And before the presentation starts, I just wanted to make the request that Draeger's have equal rebuttal time, since you are essentially taking two actions, one on the appeal and one on the loading zone, which is part of Draeger's 2002 operations plan.
I will consider it. Let's
Thank you.
proceed at least. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Otake and members of the City Council. My name is Tony Draeger, and as a Menlo Park resident for the last 40 years or more, I would like to thank you for your public service. Tonight, our team will explain Draeger's position on the 840 Menlo Avenue project and the need to preserve a street-based loading zone for Draeger's Market and other downtown businesses. That works. Okay. Consistent with our position before the last council meeting in August, we can support any of these 5 street-based loading zone alternatives listed before you in our order of preference. But we also need your support on 2 very important conditions that make any of the alternatives workable. That deliveries be allowed between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. for whatever street-based loading zone option is selected, and that we be allowed to receive deliveries 7 days a week in the parking plaza on both sides of the drive aisle until 10 a.m. Whichever loading zone option you select from the list in front of you, we will support and accept. And we will work with city staff, our vendors, and the developer to facilitate a smooth implementation. What we cannot accept, and what is not feasible for our operations, is complete elimination of a street-based loading zone, which would harm our business and conflict with the downtown's specific plan and result in unsafe traffic conditions. Before getting into these details, first, a little about our proud history in Menlo Park. There was a slide. Okay. Draeger's Market was opened in Menlo Park in 1955. We are a 4-generation grocery business 3 generations of our family have worked in this store continuously for 63 years. In fact, 2 of the 4th generation are here tonight, and they're currently important part of our operations. My daughter Tori and Frankie behind her work in our business. Our entire family is involved in the day-to-day operations of the company. Draeger's is a top tax generator in the downtown Menlo Park. We average 12,000 customer visits per week. We employ almost 100 people with good jobs and benefits. And we support our local community with charitable contributions and the donation of a lot of food, especially to St. Anthony's Padua Dining Room, which feeds the homeless in our area. We are a proud member of the Menlo Park community, and we are humbled by the words of support from our customers in their many emails to the city over the last 4 or 5 days on this issue. This is a challenging economic climate for family-owned grocery businesses. Labor costs are higher. The specialty food products our customers expect cost more. And despite the impression, higher prices do not equal higher profits. The market share for independent grocers continues to decline, while large national chains dominate the landscape because of their access to unlimited capital.
Mr. Draeger, can you move the microphone a little bit closer to it?
We've already lost Andronico's, Beltramo's, Menlo Square Market, JJ&F Palo Alto, and Brentwood Market. Draeger's survives because we've been able to carve out a niche that serves the Menlo Park community. In turn, we support small vendors and family farmers who sell us local organic produce, local seafood and beef, locally produced artisan bakery goods and delicatessen products. We need your support tonight. We hope our consistent willingness to accept any of the 5 alternative locations for a street-based loading zone demonstrates our commitment to being part of the solution. I would like to now introduce Richard Draeger. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Richard Draeger. The existing Evelyn Street loading zone is critical to our operations. We rely on it 7 days a week for a limited number of daily grocery deliveries, especially after 10 a.m. But please understand, the Evelyn Street loading zone is a public loading zone and not restricted to Draeger's use. Contrary to unhelpful allegations over the past few months, the city did not give this loading zone to Draeger's. Pharmaca uses the Evelyn Street loading zone for a large truck delivery at least once per week. And an unknown number of other vendors and delivery services use the loading zone to deliver to downtown businesses. Moreover, as a condition to establishment of the Evelyn Street loading zone, which takes up 2 parking spaces, Draeger's was required to dedicate 4 parking spaces in its private lot to full-time public use. The remaining 59 spaces in the private lot were also required to be dedicated to public use outside of store hours. I guess I'm not the only one that's having this problem. There we go. In addition, Draeger's owns a portion of public parking plaza number 4, which it has leased to the city for $1 per year since the 1950s. It's a pretty good deal. This area is roughly equal in size to the area in the parking plaza that we use in the morning to receive our deliveries. It's true, I am quoted in the Almanac in 2002 stating that Draeger's original goal was to eliminate the loading zone on Evelyn altogether. We made great progress, but what we found after implementation was that elimination was simply impossible. As a family business, we try to use local vendors and other family businesses. These independent fresh food suppliers often restock multiple times per week and need the ability to deliver directly to the store after 10 a.m. Factors ranging from traffic congestion to perishable products to certain specialty food vendors traveling from Southern California and the East Coast all result in a handful of deliveries that cannot be accommodated within Plaza Number 4. We provided 2 letters to you from industry experts that evaluated our receiving operations in 2002 and again in 2018. In both reports, the conclusion is the same, that eliminating loading on Evelyn Street was not feasible in 2002 and continues not to be feasible. Excerpts from the 2018 letter written by a consultant who was Andronico's VP of Purchasing are on the slide in front of you. The retention of the Evelyn Street loading zone is further supported by a formal business logistics study prepared for the City of Menlo Park in 2002, which explicitly included the retention of the Evelyn Street loading zone as one of its recommendations for Draeger's delivery operations. The August 2018 City Council staff report acknowledges on page 6 that Draeger substantially reduced deliveries on Evelyn Street in 2004 to the extent possible. This was largely a result of our multi-million-dollar investment in South San Francisco, a facility that moved our kitchen operations and our floral services out of the Menlo Park store. This significant investment for our family business reduced total deliveries to the store by approximately 40%. We understand that some modification to the existing Evelyn Street loading zone must occur to accommodate the 840 Avenue project. And I want to unequivocally state that the Draeger family supports the Trolio family's goal of developing their property. We look forward to future customers and a beautiful building. However, the project must fit in with surrounding community serving retail, including Draeger's, that relies on a street-based loading zone. Since we first learned of the project, we have suggested several of the listed alternatives now before you that we believe both meet the project goals while being compatible with the loading and receiving needs of the existing business district. Unfortunately, these suggestions were not incorporated or supported by the applicant, and we were forced to file our appeal. I would like to now introduce our land use attorney, Camus Steinmetz. Yes.
Vice Mayor Mueller has a question.
Mr. Wallner's retail food consultant, did he provide any foundation for his opinions regarding the difference in changes in cost and prices?
I'd be happy to supply the study to you, Mr. Mueller. His study was based upon his experience in retail grocery.
I understand that, but typically when someone's making an opinion like that, they'll actually, there'll be a basis for it. They'll say this, for instance, it's the large trucks or this being moved to the smaller trucks, the difference in the cost of good from going from the large truck to the smaller truck, and what the effect is, why that makes it no longer competitive with the other stores.
I don't believe he did that study. I think that he's speaking from experience. He did come out to the site and look around and observe the receiving. And it's our experience that you try to do consolidation, you're going to lose about 10% on cost. So we're in a penny on a dollar business. So
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Kama Steinmetz, Land Use Legal Counsel to Draeger's Market. And I would just like to point out that in the 2002 staff report, there is a business logistics study, I think it's dozens of pages, that supports the conclusion that the Evelyn Street loading zone should remain.
I understand that, but in the
Okay.
2002 study, we also have the statements that there would be the moving to the new type, to the consolidation statements in the almanac. So, but there was a change that happened between 2002 and today, and there's an opinion that the change in cost is. So that's why we was asking for that foundation.
Okay. Okay. So first, I just want to make clear that our appeal is not an attempt to ultimately block the 840 Menlo Ave project. The Planning Commission's approval was conditional upon the modification of the Evelyn Street loading zone, and so the council would have been required to act on whether and how to modify the Evelyn Street loading zone, regardless of whether the appeal was filed. So since the applicant was not willing to engage with us earlier in the process, filing this appeal was the only mechanism available to allow the council to consider whether adjustments to the garage location entrance should be made in determining how and whether to modify the existing loading zone. 2 of the 5 loading zone alternatives involve relocating the project's garage entrance, options A and B. And these options are favored by Draeger's because they most closely preserve existing conditions and best serve Draeger's loading zone needs. On the slide in front of you, which is not yet in front of you, are 2 recent examples of projects that were modified in response to Planning Commission direction to make design changes, including one on Santa Cruz Avenue, which relocated its garage entrance in response to concerns from neighboring businesses. We therefore request that you please do not dismiss options A and B because they will require some modification to project design. In order to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the project, you must find that the project complies with the specific plan. The City Council therefore has the authority and the discretion to direct any changes to the project design it believes necessary to make this finding. The specific plan land use designation for the 840 Menlo Ave project site is downtown, station area, retail, mixed use. And the primary purpose of this land use designation is to protect and enhance existing ground floor community serving retail and personal services. While the land use designation also allows for the office and residential uses proposed by the project, the stated purpose of these uses is to increase the customer base for retail businesses in order to enhance downtown vibrancy. Eliminating the existing Evelyn Street loading zone altogether without replacing it elsewhere would interfere with existing community-serving retail businesses that rely upon it to replenish goods and supplies. This loading zone has existed for over 17 years without any incident, any complaint, and is an integral component of the receiving operations of Draeger's and other surrounding retail businesses. Completely eliminating this loading zone would also conflict with the specific plan principle that new development complement and sustain the area's existing small town character and local neighborhood serving businesses. In order to be compatible with this specific plan, this project needs to fit within an existing neighborhood serving businesses that surround it, not the other way around. This means fitting into and accepting the associated activities and impacts of neighborhood serving businesses, including noise, traffic, parking, and loading and receiving operations. One does not move next to an airport and then complain of airport noise and demand that the runway be eliminated. Likewise, one does not develop a vacant lot adjacent to a neighborhood serving grocery store establishment and then demand that the public loading zone it relies upon be removed entirely. It's our position that in order for you to find that the 840 Menlo Avenue project is consistent with a specific plan, you must also adopt one of the 5 options presented before you that preserves a street-based loading zone. In the spirit of compromise and flexibility, while Draeger's has listed the 5 options in order of preference, it has agreed to accept and implement any one of the 5 identified street-based loading zone alternatives presented to you tonight, including the single option that is supported by the 840 Menlo Ave applicant, option E. And now I'd like to introduce Magnus Barber of Nelson Nygaard.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, I'm Magnus Barber with Nelson Nygaard. We're a transportation planning firm that tries to take a holistic picture and look at all kinds of aspects of transportation and tries to meet all the needs of the community. I've been working with the Draegers since the start of the year, evaluating their loading.
Can you move the
operations.
microphone up? Thank you.
Is that better? Yeah. Evaluating their deliveries, looking at their parking supply and demand in the plaza, and looking at the various options that are before you today. So in terms of deliveries, we've got 2 charts on this page. We've got the average deliveries, daily deliveries by hour on Evelyn Street, and the average daily deliveries by hour in the plaza. And you can see that there are 10 on Evelyn Street and 8 in the plaza today. And you can see that they generally are busier in the morning, both on street and off street. There's about 3.1 deliveries per day on average after 10 a.m. when the plaza closes to loading. And between 7 and 10, there are about 4.5 deliveries per day on Evelyn currently. So I just want to cover a couple of the reasons why consolidating all the loading into the plaza would be difficult to manage. As you can see in the top left, between the hours of 10 and 2, occupancy in the parking plaza is over 80%. It's between 80 and 90%. The plaza is about 100 parking spaces, so that means there's somewhere around 10 spaces free at any given time, which coincidentally also happens to be the number of spaces you would need to take away in order to accommodate one of their larger delivery vehicles, which is about 52 feet. And as Richard mentioned, you can't necessarily predict exactly when a truck's going to arrive. So if you wanted to accommodate a large vehicle in the plaza after 10 a.m., you would basically have to hold those 10 spaces because you can't predict exactly when it arrives. So the financial impact of taking away 10% of the spaces would be quite considerable on sales. One more thing on the slide. It also wouldn't be feasible to use the private lot for loading because of the sharp 90-degree turn you would have to make to get in there. It really wouldn't work with a larger delivery vehicle. And you'd also need to cross Menlo Ave with your deliveries to get to the store. So that additional distance, there's a safety concern with crossing Menlo that I think you're aware of. So the 5 options have all been covered quite thoroughly. I'll try not to repeat what's been said before, but I had a couple of comments on some of the options. So option A is the existing condition, essentially, and although staff doesn't want to recommend it, they have confirmed that it meets guidelines in terms of design, so that's not an issue. And as Camus mentioned, there have been no complaints about noise since it's been in place since 2002. There have been no safety concerns in that time. And also, this existing zone is used by other businesses. We counted for slightly more than a month, but for the month we counted about 600 deliveries to Draeger's. The 840 Menlo applicant counted everything that showed up on street and counted about 900. 200 of which were marked as unidentified, which we're assuming might be other businesses, which allows for maybe a little 100, give or take, for regional variation. They were, I think, 5 or 6 months apart. So that might mean about 200 deliveries a month from other businesses in the area. Option B, very similar to the existing condition, just slightly shorter. And again, staff have confirmed that this would be acceptable in terms of design, even if it may not be the most desired option from their point of view. Option C would be the reduced length zone closer to Menlo Ave, about 40 feet. In terms of how that would work on the street, 9-foot lanes are acceptable. It's a very low traffic street. That would give you 9 feet for loading on the Draeger's side, 2 9-foot lanes, and a 7-foot parking lane on the other side. So that would work fine. And then in terms of visibility, BKF kind of did half the analysis. What typically happens if you're pulling out of a parking garage and something is parked there, I mean, this is true if it's a big SUV, it's not just trucks, is that you just pull out a little bit further until you can see. As you can see, the slight triangle then kind of extends further down the street. The other aspect is, in terms of the 7.5 seconds that was mentioned, the time you need to see to react to this vehicle, is that's based on the speed limit on Evelyn Street. But this is, just a few tens of feet from the corner at a stop-controlled intersection. Nobody's going to be doing 30 miles an hour there. They're going to be doing 10 or 15 miles an hour as they're accelerating. So you don't need 7.5 seconds to react to a car that's just come around the corner. Option D, I don't think I have any comments about option D, although it would be acceptable from our point of view. I did want to spend a little bit more time on option E because the Complete Streets Commission had brought up some safety concerns about it, so I just wanted to address those. This is, of course, the option that both parties agree on and the city has recommended. So this somewhat untidy map, apologies, shows the existing movements that delivery vehicles make when they come off El Camino to Draeger's. Currently, Menlo Ave, University Ave, and Santa Cruz Ave are designated truck routes. So trucks come down Menlo, they make a right turn onto University, and then they make another right turn either to go through the plaza or a right turn on Santa Cruz and down Evelyn to get onto Evelyn. So if loading were moved onto Menlo, they would still be making the turns at University. And I'll come back to University on a later slide. Right, here we are. So we looked at truck turns from Menlo to University. City staff also did a similar analysis. As you can see, big trucks swing wide, and so, I mean, this happens in older downtowns with narrower streets, and what happens in practice is that the driver pauses and he has to wait for a gap in traffic so that he can make use of the other lane, but this is not uncommon. There's no record of collisions involving a truck at this location for 14 years, and that one incident back then was related to someone trying to make a turn to the right of the truck while it was turning. So it was the fault of the driver behind, not the delivery vehicle itself. Then I wanted to touch on some of the potential impacts to pedestrians and cyclists. As was mentioned, the bicycle master plan includes plans to have bike lanes on Menlo Ave, so the BKF design integrates well with the plan to make it a more bikeable street. It's a little bit more of a gray zone for pedestrians. The sidewalk isn't really wide enough for pedestrians to pass while loading is happening. So they would have to use the sidewalk on the south side of the street or go through the through the parking plaza. One change we would suggest is that there's currently no pedestrian crossing on the south side of the intersection of Menlo and University, and adding one there would make it much easier for pedestrians to find a suitable walking route. But the distance wouldn't increase, it just means they have to plan ahead. And then finally, as you heard, staff are recommending that loading hours in the plaza should be extended to 10 on both sides of the drive aisle. And we looked at the capacity of the loading zones in the plaza and how that might potentially change the distribution of loading in the plaza and on street. So as you can see in the table at the bottom, it would result in almost 4 fewer deliveries on street. But there's still just less than 1 that would remain on street. So that's, if 4 deliveries, I don't know if that sounds like a lot or not, but that's almost 50% of the daily deliveries that are happening on Evelyn Street. So it would make a significant difference to the amount of loading that happens on street, but it wouldn't entirely eliminate it. So that on-street loading zone is still needed. And with that, I'll hand it over to Richard to conclude, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
So in closing, Draeger supports any of the 5 options identified that provide for street-based loading. We also ask you not to disregard options A and B simply because they require some adjustment to the project garage entrance. Some project redesign is often required in a discretionary approval process. Regardless of which option is chosen, we also ask that we be allowed to receive deliveries on both sides of the southern drive aisle of the parking plaza until 10 a.m. as recommended by Complete Streets Commission. And at the risk of sounding like a broken record, whichever option you might approve will not completely eliminate the need for a street-based loading from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Currently, use of the Evelyn Street loading zone is allowed from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. Staff is recommending loading hours in the new loading zone be restricted to only between 10 a.m. and 6 p.m. But as explained by our traffic consultant, we still need some access to a street-based loading zone before 10 a.m., however limited the use. And we do want to emphasize that simply extending the ability for us to receive until 10 a.m. on the far side of the drive aisle reduces the number of deliveries on Evelyn by as much as 50%. We also caution the city to remember this is a public loading zone, and hours should not be limited to what Draeger's needs, but should be determined based on the needs of the downtown. This is why we suggest 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Also, as outlined in our letter from last Friday, in the spirit of being a good neighbor and partner, we are willing to agree to the condition that we direct vendors to only use the new street-based loading zone when the plaza is occupied or unavailable. We are also willing to make additional efforts to notify our customers about the availability of Draeger's private parking lot. We ask in making your motion tonight that you reference the suggested language the city clerk has passed out to you, hopefully on the dais, in order to ensure that our objectives are met regardless of which option you select. The language allows us to receive 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. 7 days per week in the plaza. So I want to thank you very much for your consideration this evening, and our team is here to answer any questions or clarify our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, in the interest of time, because we're now at 10 o'clock and basically at 11, so we got 1 hour, we make a decision how much later we go. In other words, we sort of turn into pumpkins given this Halloween season. So here's what I'd like to ask on the rebuttals. First of all, I'd like to ask that we shorten, or at least allow a 5-minute rebuttal and a shorter rebuttal. But here's what I'd like to ask of both parties in the rebuttals: that it not be a legal, point counterpoint on every point that each side has raised this evening, but rather I'd like to ask you to focus your rebuttals on options D and E. Option E, of course, being that both parties have accepted, but it's on Menlo, and option D, which the Complete Streets Commission has recommended because of safety reasons, which I certainly think we will highly consider that. So if I can ask you to kind of focus those rebuttals around that might allow us to accelerate. I think that's really what we're looking at this evening, is really focusing on the loading zone choice. And so I'd like to make these rebuttals as productive as possible, also in light that we will have public speakers coming up right after this. So if I can ask you to kind of keep the rebuttals to a minimum, I think that will move us along. So the appellant has a chance for rebuttal here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. John Hanna again. I will be brief. One thing I want to make clear, however, is that there's an allegation here that this is a public loading zone, and that if we take it away from Evelyn, that other people who use it are going to be disadvantaged. Well, let's set the record straight. There was no loading zone until 2002. The loading zone was put there as a temporary measure for draggers and for them to figure out where else to go. And the fact that some other people have discovered it later and are using it is no reason why they have somehow taken over draggers' right to this space and can use it. If Pharmaca needs a loading zone, have them put it in front of their property, or anybody else. The same thing, that for these people to come and say, well, we're going to take advantage of this loading zone that was originally given to draggers, doesn't make any sense. Everything that Richard said about the loading zone on Evelyn, if you just change his words to Menlo, the same thing applies. We're not opposing a street loading zone. We're agreeing to it. It's just a question of where it's going to be. And it clearly can't be, from our perspective, on Evelyn Street, on either side of Evelyn Street. D doesn't make any sense for us. It's 20 or 30 feet from the front of our office building, and our residential people are living there. And despite what Magnus Barber said about his numbers are different from ours, I won't quibble. We have 900 a month. He has 666 a month. Big difference, but it's still a lot of trucks, and it's too many to put on Evelyn Street and expect the project to survive. What the other thing was had to do with redesign of buildings on Santa Cruz Avenue. The building on Santa Cruz Avenue is not redesigned because the owner was told to do so by the Planning Commission of the Council. The owner himself decided to do that. I know because he's my client. It was his decision to redesign the building, not because he was told that he had to do so. So The only reasonable alternative in my mind is the Menlo Park loading zone. For everything that you've said, everything that's been said here, everything that you've heard, I don't know how anybody could really question it and think in terms of any of these other alternatives. When you compare them to Menlo, they just don't make sense. They don't add up. There's too many defects. There's too many problems. And the simple answer here is we agree, Dragers agree, give them a Menlo loading zone. Thank you.
And if I can ask a shorter rebuttal.
I'll make it short. I know everybody's tired. I just want to emphasize that we are in agreement with either D or E as suitable options, and that these have been fully vetted by our traffic consultant as being safe, and in fact has been vetted by the applicant's traffic consultant as being safe as well. So I'll keep it short. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. At this point, I'd like to open the public hearing for public comment. I switched my screen to, I presume we have, yes, here we go. Adina Levin, followed by, Adina Levin has time donated by Diane Bailey, so Adina, you'll have 6 minutes. Sherry Zaslowski, and then Katie Baruzzi. Adina, good evening.
Good evening, City Council members, staff, engaged parties, and everybody else. My name is Adina Levin. I'm on the Complete Streets Commission, and I'm speaking for myself, but also reporting on what our recommendation as the Complete Streets Commission, and I'd like to talk about that a little bit. I'll start really speaking for myself as a resident, and then talk about the recommendation that we made and why. So first of all, I live near downtown Menlo Park. I live less than a quarter of a mile away from Dragers. I can be found walking with shopping bags, or sometimes bicycling with a bicycle with baskets, going to shop close to every day, sometimes more than once a day. And, I live where I live. I chose that because of the close proximity to places like Dragers and Trader Joe's and Pete's Coffee and Ace Hardware and all of the local serving businesses where I can, get my daily needs met while walking and biking around and not having to, drive in order to pick up some oatmeal. And so I think that is a wonderful thing. That's what I choose for myself. With regard to our downtown plan, this is something that, we have chosen as a city to say, hey, there's going to be more people that want that, and we want to be able to provide that to more people who choose that kind of lifestyle as a walkable, bikeable downtown, and also as a shop once downtown where you can park once and then walk around safely to get to where you're going. So first, just love that attribute of Menlo Park. Secondly, so now I want to segue into talking about the Complete Streets Commission and our recommendation. And the primary thing that we talked about, which was, not really the focus of the conversation tonight, was about safety. If you go to that location, particularly on Menlo Avenue, and I did go there when kind of thinking about this, and you will see people, parents with small children in strollers and like cute little kids on, itty bitty scooters, elderly people with walkers, people walking with baskets, people bicycling with baskets. We see lots of people who are locals and shopping, and people who are locals going by. And so the main concern of the Complete Streets Commission, I think that you've asked us to do, is to consider the safety of people who are going by, particularly the safety of pedestrians who would not be able to get past the loading if the loading is on Menlo Avenue, as well as the safety of people who are cycling. This is a route that is in our bike plan. People, go to and from the Caltrain station on that route. And even if there's a bike lane, in the staff report says that they do not recommend that bike lane as designed on Menlo, because a cyclist would need to, when there's loading, bicycle around the trucks and move out into traffic around the trucks, and it's really not a safe thing. And so that was something that both when we reviewed it before and when we reviewed it the most recent time, that was something that from a safety perspective we said, no, this is not a safe thing for residents and people who are shopping and people who are using that street when not in a car. The other thing that we did, we spent a lot of time looking at the parking and looking for win-win solutions, where the recommendation that you see has some little tweaks in it that really followed up to really in-depth examination. And there was two things there. So one is that with better use of Plaza 4, with some more hours in private Plaza 4, Draeger's had reported that they're able to get down the number of trucks that they would need to park on Evelyn to less than one per day. And so the dire outcomes of having trucks on the street all day long in front of an office building is not actually what Draeger's was talking about after they have talked about a new procedure to better use the parking plaza and use Evelyn only when needed. And then secondly, they also, they had mentioned the problems with taking away car parking in Plaza 4 and how many parking spaces there are. One question you may want to ask is how many spaces are available in that private lot, which Draeger's has said that they would be willing to put in better signage and better and have better pedestrian connections, because there is space that was elicited in the meeting that we had, space in that private lot all day long, such that if that was easier to see and easier to use, would be able to accommodate those cars. So with a combination of better use of the private lot and Plaza 4, it would be down to less than one truck per day in front of Evelyn, which that was why we came to that recommendation with option E as a reasonable compromise, protecting the safety of people walking and biking on Menlo and minimizing the amount of truck loading on Evelyn. Thank you.
I think you meant option D.
Yes,
but,
I meant D, not
exactly. Vice Mayor Mueller had a question for you.
Since you're reporting for the commission, I have a question, and I'm going to ask everybody tough questions tonight. I've seen this design before. I think at least I have. Correct me if I'm wrong.
And which design are you referring to?
The design which is the Menlo design. E. This looks very much to me like the configuration that was settled upon for the Oak Grove bike lane trial, where the parking was left in next to Greenheart. That was celebrated by the Bike Commission and also this council, but in this circumstance, it's being called unsafe. And I'm trying to figure out why the inconsistency.
Okay, so I am going to speak for myself here, and I believe there may be others here who may also speak for themselves. But two things. One is that the Complete Streets Commission did not love that outcome with regard to the Oak Grove solution, but accepted it as part of the overall picture. And the other tremendous difference is that was not a truck loading zone where pedestrians wouldn't be able to get by at all, and where people cycling would need to get around trucks loading with the visibility and traffic. So it's a really different situation.
But the truck loading would be materials coming out of the back of the truck as opposed to side doors opening into the bike lane, but for the driver. Isn't that right?
I'm not sure I understand the comment.
Materials coming out of the back of the truck come back of an area what's lifted and then taken out, as opposed to car doors opening on the side into a bike lane.
Sure, the car, but you still have someone on a bicycle needing to traverse around a large truck where there is not good visibility and there's other traffic on the street. So that is a pretty significant safety problem that would be better avoided.
I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Yes.
Adina,
Councilmember
thanks
Teague.
for your comments tonight. And also, did you guys tell me, I know you looked at using Parking Plaza 4 more, and you're saying only use Evelyn one time a day if you utilize the Parking Plaza 4 differently? Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
And how is it to be used differently? Just give me very briefly.
I will do it very, very briefly, and then Draegers had explained it in their presentation and can explain it in more detail than I can. But that is having more hours of use of Plaza 4 that would allow them to bring in almost all of their trucks into Plaza 4 while making better use of the private lot and less use of the loading in front of Evelyn.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Adina. Sherry Zaslowski, followed by Jan Willison. What we can do after the public comment, if you'd like to make a, but.
Thank you, Mayor Otake and council members. Just trying to figure out whether I agree with Adina or not. I'm not quite sure. But so I want to start by reading something that was an online comment in the Almanac. Ask anyone who visits from another part of the country if they have a store like Draeger's. The answer will be we have nothing like Draeger's quality and selection. Draeger's is one of the last great private gourmet grocery operations surviving today. We should give Draeger's whatever loading zone space they need. We must not allow one minor landowner to destroy our town's unique and irreplaceable resource that is Draeger's. I might have worded it a little bit differently, but I do feel that things are a little topsy-turvy in this discussion, where we have such an important asset to our community. I live across the street from Draeger's. I walk to Draeger's. I drive. I'm not afraid to drive. I drive. I'm not ashamed of driving. I drive to Draeger's, and it's just a wonderful draw for our community. It adds vibrancy. It's one of the iconic businesses of Menlo Park and has been for how many years? Going back, I guess, to the 50s. And now we have a small project that is office, essentially an office building that adds. Really, what does that give the residents? The whole point of the downtown specific plan was to add retail and vibrancy. And I think the Planning Commission did us a great disservice in not asking that this project include retail. And I am for the Evelyn Street as the loading zone. Either of the Evelyn, the A or B, I think, are the best. Why? Because that works best for Draeger's, and because Menlo Ave, that's the only way I get out of my street and onto El Camino or to go anywhere in the Bay Area. I have to go on Menlo Ave. And to have big trucks there is going to be a disaster. I mean, people who enter the downtown, they come down Menlo. People who leave the downtown, you know, it's a through street that, well, it ends at University, but I think it would cause also traffic problems. And I don't see why we don't ask of the new project to fit with what we already have and value in our community rather than turning our community upside down for this project.
Thank you, Sherry. Jan Willison, followed by Katie Bruzzi.
Good evening again, Jen Wallison with Parents for Safe Routes. And I know you've been getting a lot of emails into CCIN, And interestingly, I got a hold of 2 flyers, one from one side and one from the other side. So that explains a lot of what you've been receiving. What you haven't been receiving is the rest of us, and the residents and the people that don't really have a skin in the game of the Dragers versus the 840 Menlo. So I think what Adina is trying to get at, what I'm trying to get at, and what the Complete Streets thoughtfully discussed for hours and hours on 2 separate occasions is what the rest of the residents in the community really care about, and that's safety, and that's making sure that the streets are a public domain that we can safely get around our town. And I am concerned that if the loading zone moves on to Menlo, the current trucks that are unloading in the parking lot will be incentivized to move their deliveries to Menlo. So I don't think that the numbers that show the split between current deliveries in the parking lot and on Evelyn necessarily will reflect future activity, because the Menlo loading zone will be much more attractive. A truck will just be able to drive up. So what would be the incentive now for an existing drop-off in the parking lot to continue dropping off in the parking lot? I'm worried that you're going to get more loading and unloading activity on Menlo, and that putting the loading zone there will induce that activity. I also want to address the safety issues with putting the bike lanes and the bicycles on Menlo. And it is a safety issue. It's also an issue of comfort and stress for people being able to bike and walk. I was just looking online. There's an article, who knew, written about what the level of comfort is to bicyclists when you put a truck loading zone. And it said it reduced people's willingness to go out by 40%. I don't have a citation, but I can show it to you what I was looking at. But it's just the idea of making our streets as comfortable and inviting as we can to create the behavior that we want our citizens to have. And given all of the investments that we're making on Oak Grove and on Santa Cruz Avenue at the Willow 101 interchange, and all of our stated commitments to bike and ped safety, please do not put this loading zone on Menlo Ave.
Can I ask the
Yes.
same question? Why is this configuration okay for Oak Grove next to Greenheart,
So
but not here?
I believe that the Oak Grove door zone issue was a required political compromise that was made in order to get that project through. That was never something that I was thrilled about, but it was something that had to be done to have the greater good of the bike lane. I also believe that this loading zone with the trucks can create a bigger problem than regular kind of car parking, because I know when I'm biking down a street, I can kind of stay out of the door zone with a 3-foot buffer and kind of look into the cars and see if someone's there. If it's a truck, I don't know if the driver is popping out of the door. They're much higher. It's much harder to see. Also, the delivery trucks, I don't even think they're going to be the only ones potentially using a loading zone. With the increase in Lyft and Uber and people spontaneously dropping off and picking up, I could see a lot more in and out activity being used in this loading zone. And I don't think, I would like to see our city make all of our future bike lanes as safe and comfortable as possible. So with buffers, I mean, I'd love to see protected bike lanes. So for me, Oak Grove was a great start, and it was something we needed to do to, get this started. But I think that's not how we should be designing. We should be pushing ourselves further and further to make everything as safe as possible going forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jen. Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, Katie Baruzzi. I wrote you guys a long email today. I'm going to try not to repeat everything I said in the email, and I also want to echo comments that Adina and Jen have made. I wanted to make a couple of key points. I know it sounds like Menlo Avenue would be like a no-brainer because everybody here agrees about it, but this is the topsy-turviest thing I've seen, honestly. I mean, we have a downtown-specific plan, and in the downtown-specific plan, first of all, it talks about parking management, which I'll get to in a second, but it also talks about when feasible, service access loading docks, I'm quoting directly, should be located on secondary streets or alleys or to the rear of a building or ideally in an envelope. This was not part of our plan to have big trucks anywhere near major streets like Menlo Avenue or Oak Grove or Santa Cruz. So it's crazy to me that we're even talking about this. It's also crazy to me, I mean, we should totally have bike lanes on Menlo Avenue, but it shouldn't be like bike lanes that kind of veer around a big truck zone after they didn't exist before. It's weird to me that we would be letting this one development kind of dictate how we design our streets. I do want to talk about parking for a minute, though. Well, no, I'll say more. Evelyn is an imperfect substitute, but as Adina said, I think if we can curtail the number of deliveries by extending hours to like one per day on the opposite side of the street from the new development, that seems like a reasonable compromise. It's not a great compromise. None of these are great options, honestly. Some people on the Complete Streets Commission wanted to see all of the loading being done from the parking lot. Another concern we had about the Menlo Avenue one, which I believe Jen alluded to, is that Draeger's has expressed a preference to not having to receive on both sides of the building. And so we were concerned that if you put a loading zone on Menlo Avenue, that's going to, again, incentivize more receiving on the Menlo side of the building, less receiving on the parking lot side of the building. But the main thing is we should be managing our parking better. Parking concerns drive way too much land use policy in this town. And this is just like established economic principles here of supply and demand that we're talking about. Right now, we're letting people park for up to 3 hours for free in our downtown so that they can go and eat a $50 steak somewhere. And the people who are paying for parking downtown tend to be the people who are serving the steak, the people who are working for an entire day and driving from much farther away than those of us who can conveniently get to downtown from within a 3-mile radius. So I want us to think hard about, what our core values are, what the town is we want to live in. And absolutely, yes, let's have bike lanes and let's not have parked cars next to them. I think that's a great vision, Ray. And I don't want one loading zone to be this, sorry, it's late, I'm tired. Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. I know the gentleman from Nelson Nygaard has been, I think, wanting to correct I assume that one per day stat is that.
I think I may have gone a little bit too quickly past that slide. So would it be possible for me to put that slide back up? Right. There we go. So that less than one delivery per day, that's in the 7 to 10 time frame that is the time change in the plaza. So in that time, those 3 hours where deliveries can happen in the plaza, all but one would move to the plaza.
On both sides of
correct.
The plaza.
Yes,
that
that's
would
correct.
Reduce it to one.
So for the
street,
remainder of the
that's
day,
only during between the 7 to 10 when you've got both sides going for
right.
loading.
So that represents a reduction of almost 4 deliveries, and for the rest of the day, that represents 40 to 50% of the total daily deliveries. But that would still be 5 to 6 deliveries per day on street. It's just down to 1 in that time period. Okay. And then I also had a comment on the bike lane. I mean, that 9-foot loading zone is wide enough to accommodate the truck, and as Commissioner Mueller mentioned, the bikes can just ride in that lane past it. We did look at an option to swap the location of the bike lane and the delivery truck so that it would be protected, as someone else mentioned, but 5 feet between the curb and the truck is really not wide enough to be comfortable, and would need to reconfigure the drainage as well. Otherwise, people would be riding right on the crack between the gutter and the street. So, and I also wanted to repeat that there's no history of safety issues with the existing on-street loading. So, while none of the options may be perfect, it seems like it can be made to work. Oh, sorry, one final thing, sorry to test your patience, is that extending the hours in the plaza, the thought would be that delivery drivers are instructed to use the plaza whenever possible to avoid exactly that chance that they might prefer the street, because that's not what we want either.
Okay, Vice Mayor Mueller,
thank you.
Yeah, you indicated, sir, just a second ago, there's no history of problems with the on-street parking for Menlo Ave, but I thought we heard earlier today that that had not been used in recent times.
Sorry, I meant with the loading, not with Menlo specifically.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just have a
So
question
is
as well.
there?
No, I have a question.
Did
for
you
too.
have a question?
Yeah, I do.
Kirsten?
I have a question for you as well. You just mentioned about moving the truck to the outside and having the bike lane on the inside, and you said 5 feet wasn't enough. What is enough to do that?
Usually I would like to see 5 feet plus a 3-foot buffer to take account for doors swinging open. I mean, similar things have been done in New York. Deliveries have to happen across the bike lane, but apparently it works pretty well there. Yeah, I would like to see a few feet more to give a buffer between the parked vehicle and the bike lane.
Okay, thank you.
All right, is there any other motion to close public hearing?
Yeah, I'll move to close public hearing.
Okay, by acclamation? Okay, we are closing the public hearing. And Alex, I just wanted to inform you that the winning lottery ticket was sold in South Carolina, so I'm sorry. All right, we're going to bring it back up here. Yes. And try and move this along, bring it up to the dais here. Well, first of all, Catherine, Councilmember Carlton, if you're still on the line, I'd like to give you the opportunity if you'd like to ask a question, either of staff or the applicant or appellant.
No, sorry, someone else can go first. All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Klein.
Thank you. I appreciate the amount of work that has gone into this discussion, and hopefully we can bring an end to most of it here tonight. I have a couple of questions that kind of, you don't want to be too leading in where my mind is, but the first one is just trying to calculate the parking spaces again, because there's 4 on Menlo. Is that right? That would be, and then it's roughly a 10 parking space kind of size in the lot, right in the plaza, and for the long shipping, 60. You're looking at 8 to 9 feet on average. These are pretty thin parking spots, so it's more like 8.5 probably. And then if you calculate that out, I roughly round it up to about 10 because they've got to be able to maneuver. And I want to make clear, I'm given the history, I'm fully aware of the sensitivity of the parking plazas. I still have memories of the Menlo Park Downtown Alliance and the specific plan and the disagreement on the use of those. And I think that there's forgiveness in our parking inventory. And I think that Katie her letter brought this up to me. It reminded me, our management of parking inventory is poor. We don't have any way to notice parking being available anywhere. And so you drive to one place, if you're unable to walk or if you have difficulty walking, you need close parking. You have to be able to access those places. If not, we don't have any alternative to send people to a different lot across the street, which I do believe that across the street is one of the most vacant lots we have of the inventory. The one that's across Evelyn tends to be more open. This one does not. That's 5, yeah. 4 is, I think, it's particularly, I actually went there and bought one individual thing at Draeger's store 4 days in a row to see what the parking was like. Parking is pretty full from the mid part of that area to the front is full all the time. It's full. You could have 1 or 2 spaces, but it's in and out, in and out. Midday, it can get a little crunchy farther down. Mornings and evenings, it's fairly open in the plaza in the back. There's 7 or 8 spaces in a row on both sides that are relatively open. And so I keep thinking, well, I feel like we jumped over an obvious solution, which is how do we figure out a way to manage this so that we can just get them in the parking plaza, have a permanent spot in the plaza itself, which would solve all these different problems, and then figure out what the missing quotient is on the parking, where we pick up for on the street. Is there ways to pick up some easier in proximity, and then call it a day? Because everybody loses on one of these options. Somebody losing on one of these options, and I think that there's just this allergic reaction to ever touching anything to do with the parking, even if it seems like the most logical conclusion, because it's either our business will suffer, and sometimes it would, depending on where those locations are, or it's there is no parking, you're a fool to take out way more parking. We have data that proves there's parking available around the clock in Menlo Park. It's just not in certain lots, especially in some, particularly like Walgreens area. But we wanted a parking garage in Lot 3 during the time, and we couldn't rally the troops to get there to create more flexibility. We talk about it even now. We do need more flexibility on it, but I think the argument about safety and especially right near that intersection, which was one of the more problematic intersections in the history of the city, which has been solved, but I don't want to create anything more complex near that intersection. It's not quite near it. I'm also sensitive that a lot of trucks, I agree with Drew's point on the commission, a lot of trucks on Evelyn is never good for any business, whether you're selling shoes or whether you're selling services. And so I think we kind of we're missing the opportunity of looking at a way to park on the plaza. I'd like to have that be a solution. I'm not going to hardwire it, but I think the secondary solution, if there's nowhere to go with that, is trying to figure out a way to configure a safer route so that you have. I tend to want to default to Menlo. It just seems like an easier one, but I know there's much more traffic there, and so I think the facts are the building was purchased under conditions, that there was shipping, there was a lot of truck traffic there. It was probably disclosed at some point. There was probably knowledge that there was a lot of goods being delivered in the area and on that street, but if we can get to using more of the parking plaza and figure that one out, I think we eliminate this. But if we can't, we're going to be stuck with probably something on Evelyn, and I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be that feasible.
So I'm going to actually, if I can, I'm going to jump in here a little bit with my observations on this. So I kind of look at this. My highest priority is safety. I mean, we have to be extremely mindful of making sure our streets are as safe as possible. And then my second priority as I look at this is retail vibrancy. I mean, that was certainly a key part of the downtown specific plan process, was to encourage that primarily retail vibrancy downtown. So, as I look at that, I'm kind of weighing this. I don't believe that having a loading zone on Menlo Avenue is safe, in my opinion. I drive that portion, that University Menlo Avenue stretch. I drive it, probably at least every day, if not a couple times a day. Getting to and from kids' practices, getting down to City Hall, what have you, whatever it is. And Menlo Avenue is getting increasingly complicated because of all the traffic. There's cars coming in and out. That corner right there at University, you have a lot of. When you have one pedestrian crossing, now you're trying to excuse this sort of who's first to turn right or to, that intersection. And particularly as it goes down toward Ravenswood, it gets with more traffic. and maybe even the red light camera, I think, adds to the complications. But Menlo Avenue has a lot of traffic, and so now you add folks that are biking, whether they're kids or adults biking on Menlo, and trying to navigate, because we don't have a protected bike lane on Menlo. Now you add a truck loading, unloading. I think it unnecessarily complicates it. Now, every time I spend on Evelyn, there's just not that much traffic. It's usually traffic moving fairly slowly going into one of the parking lots. So I've thought a lot about, I'll come right out that I prefer option D, which is the opposite side of Evelyn, whether you call it the north side or the east side, but it's the side closest in the direction of El Camino. There is no retail at 830 Menlo. There's two 90-minute parking spaces right now, and I rarely see cars parked there, quite frankly. I think it is a perfect loading zone. I do understand the applicant's concern about having a loading zone in front of their building on Evelyn. I do understand that as being an impairment of value, an impairment of that. So I hear you on that. I think the existing loading zone has to be moved. But I do think moving it across the street is not an impairment of value. It adds to the safety, because now the unloading is taking place on the other side of the street. I do think it's a safe crossing, either middle of Evelyn or depending on Menlo itself, to be able to take the deliveries across the street there. Hopefully we can put some sort of a crosswalk or something in the middle of Evelyn, and that might encourage the deliveries there. I definitely like the idea of having both sides of the plaza serving as loading and unloading between in the morning until between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. because there's just not a lot of retail parking needed at that time. Most of the other stores haven't even opened until 10 a.m. So the demand on that parking lot, I think, allows or the lack of demand before 10 a.m., I think means that it's a really good idea to allow both sides of the plaza to allow parking, and that might reduce some of the need for trucks to unload on Evelyn. So I think Evelyn makes the most sense to me. I'm assuming from a standpoint of those two 90-minute parking slots that are right there currently in front of 830 on Evelyn, that those would be now on the other side of Evelyn in front of the project, just because what's currently the loading zone now would be moved. And so I don't think we're losing those two spaces, those 90-minute spaces, if we go with option D. So for all those reasons, I'm in favor of option D. I think it provides the most safety. It also allows us to continue supporting the Draeger's retail business. I think it really makes the most sense, in my opinion, and I'm happy to have that loading zone extend till I think 8 p.m. because, quite frankly, after 5 there isn't much need for those for on-street parking on that particular part of Evelyn. So anyway, that's where I am on it. Vice Mayor Mueller?
Yeah. So I also, and this, so first off, I actually used to ride Menlo Avenue quite a bit on my bike before I herniated my neck, and I don't think it is safe to have that loading zone there, but that's not a surprise. I've already voiced that to both sides before. That's the main entryway into the city. It just is. Everyone goes down Menlo Avenue to get to Santa Cruz Avenue, and that's how they disperse to the west side of to the city. And we're increasingly seeing, and we want more and more young families and more and more kids to be on bikes, and they're using that way to get in and out of the downtown. And very frankly, having ridden that myself, I'm always afraid I'm going to get doored, let alone get doored by a truck while they're unloading out of the back. So for me at Menlo, just Ave isn't a starter, and I know I gave the Complete Streets Committee a hard time about that because I think it is inconsistent. But nonetheless, I wasn't really in favor of where we ended up on Oak Grove anyway. I think actually why I voted against it. Evelyn Street, again, no surprise to both parties. I've spoken to both parties about this. I think putting the loading zone across the street actually makes sense. Crane Avenue, the Crane building, next door rarely has anyone parking there ever because they have that parking lot, that street parking. Every time I've ever driven, actually to meet people about this issue or to look at it, there's never been anyone parking on Evelyn Street. I could park there immediately. So I have no problem putting the loading zone there. The question that I really have, the question we're going to have to deal with is the times, but we can come back to that and talk to that as a council if there's agreement on option D. But the one thing I have to ask, and it's actually, I actually think the parties should ask each other this. I'm not sure that Mr. Trolio would want to have Draeger's, if there's going to be a loading zone on Evelyn Street across the street, to actually take up parking in the parking lot adjacent to the building immediately to its whatever end that is facing Santa Cruz Avenue for the small trucks, if it were possible to put a loading zone for those small trucks along the sidewalk at the end of the parking lot between the two entrances. So that's something for you all to think about. But anyway, I'm happy to go ahead and put that parking into near the entrance. But I with respect to the loading zone on Evelyn Street, I actually want that. I want that to be. I actually don't want the diagonal crossing over to the other side. I want to utilize the parking along Menlo Avenue, where you just cross the sidewalk and go into Draeger's along there, if that's possible. Because I think that is actually, if you're going from one side of Evelyn and then having to cross diagonal and go all the way around, I think that's actually an issue. I think you'd be better off going down the street on Menlo Avenue and then through that entrance to the side. So anyway, that is my. So I'm willing to accept option D, and why don't you guys, and we'll go from there.
Mayor
Councilmember-
Otake? Mayor
Yes.
Otake, we'll need to do a supermajority vote to extend the meeting.
What's that?
We're going to
Oh,
have to do
yes.
the vote to extend the meeting past 11.
Yes. Do we have consensus about
Yeah, that's
moving? I mean, we're going to have to
Yeah.
go past 11, obviously.
That's
So,
fine.
Yes.
yes. Thanks, Kat. Thanks, Kat. Councilmember Keith.
Thank you. So thank you to all of you who came tonight. I really was rooting for you guys coming up with a plan that would work. And I want to thank our Complete Street Commissioners who are here, who really dove into this issue quite heavily and spent hours on this. And, I've got to say, I cycle around town too. I have always been a proponent of safe streets and complete streets and making sure that we can cycle around safely. And I'm not saying everybody needs to cycle around. I'm just saying those of us who are need to have a way to do it safely, and our kids do too. So I think that, I was curious about what you had said about the having the truck on Menlo Avenue on the outside and having it being a buffered lane. That was something I thought, that's interesting. And I see that being done more in San Francisco and San Jose and some other cities are utilizing that option. I've heard from 3 of my colleagues already, so I hear the vote there is going to be for D. So I think if we're looking at D and we're looking at, actually, Rich, I'm sorry, I did not mean to say that. I've heard from 2 of my colleagues. I take that back. I've heard from 2 that like to see Evelyn Avenue on the north side. When I was looking at this, I wanted to understand also how many feet, if you have this slide up that I'm still looking at that says extended plaza loading hours, I don't know if you can put it back up on the big screen or not, but it's the extended plaza loading hours that you went back to. And I wanted to know, what is the length of the green lines in the parking lot? What is that? How many feet is that? In parking plaza?
I believe they're showing 10 or 11 spaces, so about 80 feet or so.
How many?
About 80 feet or so.
80.
To allow for the truck plus loading off the back.
Okay, and that accommodates the largest trucks?
Yes.
Correct, okay. So, I mean, in an ideal world, I would like to see you having these deliveries there, off the street. And I'm not going to go into it. I don't want to go into the whole issue of consolidation and how you've got your site in South San Francisco and you're consolidating and having fewer trucks come. But if that is an option to look into, I think that could be useful as well. And I'm sure you're probably thinking, oh, why is she saying that? That is a giant headache for us. We've tried, and we're doing the best we can. But I think that would be helpful. Now, I think also proposing it to 10 a.m. in that area is fine, because we've already heard, and we all know that a lot of the shops aren't open at that time anyway. And I don't think that's a problem. I would like to see, and I wrote notes down here too, what are the statistics on the usage of the Draeger's lot across the street that you own? I don't know what that usage is. I wasn't presented with that information, and so I don't know. When I've seen it visually, anecdotally, it looks like there are spaces available there, and I'm not sure why that isn't being utilized more, because I think that could be utilized more, especially if you were using 80 feet in Plaza 4 for deliveries to get them off the street. So I think, can somebody from Draeger's just tell me why you can't use that more, so I can understand that in a succinct way?
We have, of course, for years,
What I'm talking about is using Plaza 4, the 80 feet.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Rephrase the question.
Well, I wanted to understand why you can't get more deliveries on Plaza 4, the 80 feet distance that's closest to your Draeger's Market. And there's the entryway for your loading right there.
Why we can't get more deliveries right there?
Yes.
Well, it's because of the length, the duration of the deliveries. When they occur and you have a large semi.
Okay, so I heard you say that before, and you don't know when they're coming, so you would lose those spaces. But then I was wondering, all right, if you were to lose some of those spaces, you still have a lot of spaces available across the street.
Yes, and I was going to actually speak to that. Right. And the fact is that since 1991, we have, in fact, encouraged our customers to use that private parking area, but they've got young children, and the fact is they always will prefer going to Plaza 4. And if they can't park in Plaza 4, especially mothers with their kids, they opt to just head off to another store.
Yeah, I mean, that is really unfortunate, because that seems like you've got this space right there with parking spaces available, and 80 feet right there by your loading dock.
Well, trying to change human behavior, as you know.
It's very hard to change human behavior, I understand.
Very tough. I do want to emphasize the difference that would occur by just simply extending to 10 a.m. in the parking plaza, though. That, especially, if that is 7 days a week, it is far more than a 50% reduction of what goes on currently on Evelyn. It's huge.
It's far more than a 50% reduction.
Far more than a 50%. If it's 7 days a week that we're allowed till 10 a.m., it's far more than 50%.
So that's probably very helpful right there, right? Okay. I mean, with that information, what you just said, is there a way to reduce the length of the time for loading on the Evelyn?
No, I hate to say it, it has everything to do with, first off, the amount of goods that are being transferred from these trucks. And believe me, there is not a truck driver alive that wants to do this in any longer than the minimum amount of time that it would take. They are under the gun to do this quickly by their employers.
Okay. Well, and obviously that makes sense because they're going to do another delivery somewhere else as soon as they leave you. Okay. Well, I think that is what I am leaning towards, just so you know.
Are you there?
Yes, Councilmember Carlton.
I think I could really go either way, but I am concerned about the safety of, when I look at the drawing of the bikes going from the edge and then navigating out into the middle just as cars are coming to the side, I can see there being issues with that. And, there's no harm aspect. However, with regard to unloading on Evelyn across the street, have we heard from the businesses there about this change? Have they contacted us at all about how they feel?
Can you say that again, just
I
a little
understood her.
louder?
She said,
Or-
have the businesses been contacted to hear what they think of it?
So staff hasn't reached out directly to the owners, but when we sent out postcards for the Complete Streets Commission hearing, we did notify both the tenants and the property owner for that building, and we did not hear back.
Okay, so they were invited to the Complete
And
Streets.
I just put my headphones on with my phone. Can you hear me any better this way? Or I'm experimenting to see if it makes it any clearer.
It's a little better, thank you.
Great. Okay, so if the suggestion is taken with Parking Plaza 4, how many parking spaces might be lost and during what time period?
So the question is, how many parking spaces would be lost in Lot 4? And let me try and if I correct it, it's 10. But I thought that's only during these morning hours, correct? Did I hear something?
That's what I understood. That's what I understood. I just wanted to make sure that was going to continue.
Yeah, it's from the 7 to 10 time period. And then at from 10 a.m. on, then the whole Parking Plaza 4 is all parking. Okay, and I'm seeing nodding of the heads, so.
Well, as I say, I think that either option could work. Option E just makes me a little bit nervous with regard to the safety of people on bicycles moving into that area. So I'm leaning towards D. I have another question, though, just to pivot slightly. In the project description, it talks about 3 residential units. I had a resident contact me and asked if there was language in the agreement that these units must remain residential. And is that forever, or how does that work? This is a question for our attorney.
Bill?
I didn't follow, sorry.
The question is, do the residential units stay that way forever?
On the 3rd floor of this building? Yes. I mean, they'd have to come back through an approval process. It is approved.
Will they always be residential?
Yes. I mean, the zoning would have to be
So as
changed.
long as the building is there.
As long as this building is there, unless the zoning is changed, they would have to remain residential. Because the project that is being approved is only for 3 residential units on the 3rd floor, office on the 2nd floor, parking on the 1st floor, and a lobby.
Okay, I just had the question about the residential as well. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so, yeah, go ahead, Catherine.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
Okay, great. What I'd like to suggest is if we can get a motion put together here.
I can make a limited motion because
Go.
we're going to have to. I'll
Go
make
ahead.
I'll make a limited motion so we deal it piecemeal because I think then there's going to be other issues to consider. But I'd like to get our other council members back into those other considerations. So that the first motion is going to be that there be a loading zone on the south side of Evelyn. So I guess that's option D.
It's actually the option D
north-
is the
north
the
side-
north
north side of
or
Evelyn.
east side. Northeast is probably the
Option D.
So
option
it's option D as in dog.
As in dog. So but the first thing I just want to make the motion on is that there's a loading zone there. We will come back to times and all of that with our fellow council members. But this basically, a loading zone on the north side of Evelyn.
Let me just suggest that the motion would be to move the loading zone from the south side of Evelyn to the north side of Evelyn for I think it's 40 feet, as indicated by staff, without specifing what the hours are going to be.
Is 40 feet the distance?
That's all
needed
that
for the
fits.
Yes, okay.
Safely.
Great. Then that's the first motion. So let's go ahead and do I have a second? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll second if you need one.
All right.
And Kat, so is your, what are you voting on this motion?
I seconded it. I think.
Oh, okay, you
I'm
seconded, yeah,
for it,
Kirsten
yeah.
had also seconded, so you're a yes on this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Either way.
The motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Klein dissenting.
And do we want to, now there's another element is related, I assume, to the both sides of parking plaza 4 being used for loading and unloading in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m. And
7 days a week instead
7
of
days.
Monday through Friday.
right, okay, so
So it's not just limited to 7 to 10 a.m., it's from 9 p.m. the night before to 10 a.m. the next day. If we're talking about the plaza.
yeah, parking
Yeah.
plaza 4 and the
Deliveries are allowed from 9 p.m. at night to currently to 7 a.m. on one side of the aisle and to 10 a.m. on the other side of the aisle.
And are we doing both to 10 a.m.?
That is what is being proposed.
Yes.
So
okay.
it's extending so that both sides can be used until 10 a.m.
So first is both
But-
sides and the time.
And from 5 days a week to 7 days a week.
Okay. And I support that. Oh well, and I'm going to make that motion because Draeger's closes at 9, and it's the last business that's open in that plaza after 9. But
What confuses me.
oh, but I guess they're probably not going to be having deliveries.
What
What's- So isn't 7 to?
Why-
Yeah, I guess I'm confused now.
I'm confused why the need
Right.
for increased capacity. Like, if the loading zone is just simply going from one side of the street to the other, why do you need increased
No,
capacity?
this is not the street, this is the plaza.
I
This is-
understand, but you're asking for increased capacity in the plaza, and I don't see any change in condition. You still have the loading zone.
This is
right. It's resuming the number of trucks.
You know what the idea is, Mr. Mueller, is that this would allow us to take greater than 50% of what currently goes on Evelyn
in the
into
morning.
into the plaza.
Okay.
And bring it back in the plaza by having this side here.
Okay.
Okay, so I have a question about that. Just, I mean, if we're doing this and it seems to me there should be a condition about that there will, and I don't know what the number would be, but that there should be a condition about the reduction in trucks on Evelyn.
Well, it's in everybody's best interest. It's the shortest path into the receiving. So as long as there's availability, and in fact, this has been the issue, after 7 a.m., with that one side only available,
Then you had to go to
it's
Evelyn.
forced everybody off to Evelyn, and for a longer trip as well for deliveries.
That makes sense.
Okay, so if you get this down to 10, then you're saying the Evelyn area would be available for other businesses more often than?
More often, yeah. And it doesn't relieve in total what's necessary, but it reduces what would still remain on Evelyn down to less than one delivery.
Yeah, and I would think via human nature that no delivery person is going to want to park on Evelyn if they can park in the parking plaza because it's shorter.
Exactly.
Okay. So, Bill, let me ask you, I mean, really, do we want this to start at 9 p.m. at night? I mean, why not 5 in the morning to 10?
I'd ask the question to Draegers because it's the way the condition has been worded from the very beginning was from 9 p.m. Sunday night to 7 a.m. for one half of the aisle and to 10 a.m. for the other half of the aisle and throughout the week. So, I mean, again, I'm just reading from the conditions that it is in the public parking plaza, receiving hours from 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, beginning each Sunday at 9 p.m. That's condition B on attachment C. And so, but they're requesting that this go to 7 days a week, and the question is, do they really get deliveries at 9 p.m. at night or at midnight or 1 a.m.
So
or whatever?
let me ask Richard. So,
you know what? We wanted uniformity, frankly, just because of simplicity. When you have a truck driver, and we only have one truck, in fact, that ever delivers in the evening like this, and he's going to always park closest to the building. But then we were thinking, okay, as far as proposing language, we didn't want to propose something that says, okay, but only in this area through these hours, and then now it's open at these hours, and it depends on whether Monday or Tuesday. It just gets so confusing, to be honest with you. We just thought, well, for what it's worth, let's just make them both uniform as far as hours and 7 days a week.
Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm comfortable.
So again, that hours for the parking plaza, what we're talking about is making two changes, and that would be to 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. on both of those 7 days a week.
Okay, that's my motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay.
I'm going to vote no for this. I understand why you're doing it. I think that at some point we're going to have to address the fallacy about parking, and that we have none, and that 6 parking spaces when there is probably a lot more than 6 available across the street every day, all the time, that you can't make any alterations to a parking environment without repercussions, because there's a false story out there that it's
I'm confused. Where would you want us to put it? I'm not. That's
in the same place that they do it at night, right there along the side.
But that's what we're doing with this
Permanently, all day.
No, it's from 9 at night till 10 in the morning.
I'm saying do it all day. On the plaza. So
Just
they
on
park there all day, because it's 6 spaces is what the impact is. The idea is to have the side that's currently used near the building to be a loading zone all day.
And nothing on Evelyn.
Right, and then they can use that for all the deliveries.
Okay, I didn't
and
hear.
They lose 6 spaces, which I think you can make up on the other side.
So you would, because I probably put words, I thought you had supported that earlier, but now I get it. So you're saying don't do Evelyn at all, and
You don't need it if you have Full-time.
All-time parking on, in the plaza?
Loading zone, right.
Again, by the building? I see.
It's a 6 parking space change. That's why I'm voting no on this.
Okay, I do think that the concern is about taking any of the parking spaces from Lot 4 once business is open at 10.
I get that.
Yeah, okay.
I fully understand.
Okay.
I'm just saying the logic still it defies me how there can be just vacant spaces and they're 20 feet across the street. And, oh, okay.
Rich, can I ask you a question too along that? So, your wife can walk it across with kids. So that's what I was asking about earlier, about the vacancy rate in the lot across the street. And so you're comfortable saying, look, just make up the space. It's 6 spaces. Not everybody's going to have kids and everything but some people will. But it's 6 spaces, so that's what you wanted. That was your preference. I mean, it seems reasonable. I was trying to ask you, Mr. Drager, about that it's 6 spaces. So why can't people, go park across the street where there's actually parking available? And your answer is human nature, or?
Go ahead, come on.
So if you eliminate the street loading
Loading.
zone and only have parking loading in the plaza on both sides of the aisle, that's 20 spaces,
one
10 on each side.
It would be one side all day,
Okay, so that's 10.
like you have now with one street area.
My concern would be that if you get more than one delivery at one time, which does happen quite frequently, there's nowhere for that additional vehicle or vehicles to go. So are they going to double park, or are they going to stop in the drive aisle in the plaza?
What do they do on Evelyn if in the middle of the day, if they come at the same time?
Well, I believe at the moment they...
Same problem, right?
Well, there's
Yeah.
more space, so it would be...
How's it more space when you have a full...
Well, they have...
Full length...
They have at the moment room for, well, depending on the size of vehicle, there's only one larger vehicle per week after 10 generally, so you can fit multiple smaller vehicles on that 100-foot
And I'm saying
space,
10
so
spaces, so that's 80 feet.
That's 80 feet.
80 feet would be viable.
maybe.
Right, and what we heard earlier is that the deliveries happen quickly because people need to move on to their next delivery.
We're just pausing a
Kind of,
second
yeah.
while
If you want to say, then we can pull it.
Catherine, Councilmember Carlton.
So, Rich, maybe.
Hello?
Hi, Catherine.
Hi, I'm here now. Hi.
Did you hear the conversation?
Yes, I did.
Okay, well, that's good.
Okay.
Rich, thanks for saying what you said. It does make me, question about the Evelyn, and I don't think I heard that from you earlier, so.
I probably didn't make it clear enough.
Okay.
The idea was just given the amount of space that you see available, it's anecdotal, but there is data. There's space
Right.
available in the area. It's, I think 6. If it was 16, it'd be a different impact for me entirely. But 6
What
is-
about, this is maybe a legal question. What if we were to do something like what Rich is saying, but we said it was a trial to see how it worked? And the backup is going back to adding it on the north side of Evelyn.
That certainly could be done if that's the will of the council.
But it doesn't make any constraints on permitting issues or anything like that?
No, as soon as the council removes the loading zone on the south side, the 840 side of Menlo, then the applicant can move forward with its project and pull building permits and all that kind of stuff. I don't know if there is an issue with them and their project, if there is this uncertainty that this is being done on a trial or temporary basis, and the city would
Preserve the right to-
is making it known that they may put a loading zone on the north side of Evelyn at a later date.
Okay. I mean, that's one option, see how, if it works.
I guess I appreciate the attempt to try and maximize the use of the parking and to try and eliminate it. But I have seen that parking Plaza 4 in the late afternoon. Really, I mean, that's where shoppers really prefer to be, prefer to park. And I think, and I just don't see the parking on Evelyn relative to, I just think it, at least from my opinion, having the loading on, again, the northeast side of Evelyn allows more the customers to fully utilize the plaza. It's really not an issue early in the day. It does get an issue, I would say, at least in my opinion, after 4 o'clock, because people are coming in and out. They're doing the short errands. The other side, you've got the cleaners and you've got Pharmaca, and yes, maybe if you looked at the whole plaza, yeah, there's probably 6 spaces, but the fact of the matter is, I think people who are shopping at Draeger's really prefer using that side, and so I think we still need the loading zone on Evelyn, and I don't think it impacts the parking by doing that. So that just, I mean,
I respect that. I obviously disagree, but I respect it.
So, my issue is the Pharmaca issue, which I didn't hear tonight. And frankly, I don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence otherwise. Tonight we heard that Pharmaca is using that loading space, that loading area, and I can't ask them to start parking in the Draeger parking lot next to Draeger's. And then, but that might be, we talk to Pharmaca and they don't need it. It's just a question that I can't be resolved, but because it was presented tonight, I mean, do we have does staff has any information that there are other entities using that loading zone? Are we creating a loading zone? Because for the first time tonight, it feels like we're creating a loading zone, not just for Draeger's, but for the downtown. And that was something new that we started, that frankly has affected my opinion as we talked about this. Do we have any evidence?
So we don't have any specific counts on who's using the loading zone. The loading zone's not designated just for Draeger's. It's just a yellow curb, so it can be used by other deliveries. Okay. And I've heard anecdotal about Pharmaca using it, but we haven't done any counts.
And we don't know when Pharmaca gets their deliveries? Obviously, right? Yes.
They get one delivery a week on Wednesdays at 11 o'clock. It's a 60-foot truck, comes from UNFI.
All right.
I should add, that's one that we know. There are a lot of other trucks that deliver that we don't know. We don't know where they're going exactly because we haven't tried to track them.
So, Councilmember Mueller, you have your light on. I'd like to move us to a vote if we can. And
well, does that affect? I mean, one of the things you try to reach is consensus. Does that affect my fellow council members' opinions at all on the issue? Because it's for a second.
I'm still in support of Evelyn, of parking on Evelyn.
Does that change your opinion, Rich? Or?
Does anybody else, I don't know if anybody has information about who else is using the loading zone. I thought that at some point there was information that there was a video on the street for 30 days or something.
clarify, I'm in support of having the loading zone on Evelyn as before.
Well, if we weren't to pursue this, where is an alternative that we would have the Pharmaca truck park? Or, I mean, I'm trying to figure out the alternative. If they're not going to be, should we be, if we're just going to put parking in the Draeger's lot, if we're seriously considering that, are we going to ask Pharmaca to park there?
Can staff answer the question, where are the other loading zones nearby?
I don't think there's any other loading zones in the Parking Plaza 4. There are other loading zones in other parking plazas. I believe Parking Plaza 5 has a loading zone in it, and some of the other parking plazas as well.
How large are they?
I don't know offhand the size.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to vote on this now. It's apparent to me that right now, trying to put all of the trucks into the lot next to Draeger's, when there apparently are trucks that don't belong to Draeger's, probably isn't a feasible option. So we need to create a loading zone to service the other businesses. And it's hard to do that because we don't really have foundation to know that, but for anecdotal evidence that was presented tonight. But we don't have those parties here saying that. So if it's my condition on, I'm just conditionally, if we go out and talk to those people and they don't, I would entertain a motion for reconsideration. But I'm going to take in good faith that's true, because I know you wouldn't say, based on this, I believe you wouldn't say otherwise. I have a picture. Okay, so let's go ahead and then we can go ahead and entertain this, because I just don't see how we could ask Pharmaca to park their truck in the lot next to Draeger's. Yeah.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
So we have the motion and a second. In parking, so the motion on the table is in Parking Plaza 4, to allow loading on both sides of the aisle in Parking Plaza 4. So the current exists 7 days a week from 9 p.m. at night to 10 in the morning. Now, the actual operational loading, unloading tends to be from 7 in the morning to 10 in the morning. Currently, it is just on one side of the aisle next to Draeger's in Parking Plaza 4. This is a recommendation that, and I think also the Complete Streets Commission, I think, had concurred on this, as I understand as well, that what this would do is, by having both sides of the aisle in Plaza 4 being used, it reduces the need of loading zone on Evelyn in the morning, again, only in the morning before 10, because most of the trucks, when they get multiple trucks, they can use the Parking Plaza 4, so it reduces it by over 50%.
All right.
I have a question too I want to ask. When we're creating this parking plaza in Plaza 4, or this loading zone in Plaza 4, this is a public loading zone for everybody, correct?
No.
Well then, I mean, and why is that?
Because it is an approval for Draeger's to use the public parking plaza for this purpose, and we have not granted permission to any others to use that loading zone. They block it off during those hours, and it's set aside for their trucks to deliver.
But if we're, if, for example, there was no public loading zone on Evelyn, and we're now talking about this loading zone in our public parking plaza, Why wouldn't that be available for others to use as well?
Well, because we haven't made it that way, number one, and number two, the idea of reducing the parking is based on the number of deliveries they have using it during those hours. And so if other trucks are using it during those hours, it's not going to be available for draggers.
Okay, Vice Mayor Mueller?
I mean, that's the...
So I hate to be in this position. I did not want to be in this position. I wanted this to be done tonight. But you guys just said there's a 60-foot truck that parks downtown, and it was pointed out by opposing counsel, 60-foot truck can't park in a 40-foot lot, which means we don't have all the parties here tonight, and I can't stick them in the Draeger's lot. So I'm going to bite my nose off to spite my face trying to pick between either one of you because there are other parties that are going to be affected by our decision tonight. So what I think we have to do is continue it and invite them so that they can go ahead and give their input into this decision. The plus side of that is that now every option is in play again. So what I would invite if we do this, so what I'd invite the parties to do is talk to each other, because every option is really back in play if there are 60-foot trucks that are trying to park somewhere. And I think you've heard from all of us our inclinations and the things that we care about. So I think hopefully you guys can have a really solid meet and confer and try to reach an agreement amongst yourselves while we go invite some new people to the table. Because at the end of the day, what we've discovered tonight is we're creating a loading zone for the downtown, not just trying to service all of your needs if there are other parties involved. I don't think we have a choice. I actually really don't want to see this thing again, but I don't think we have a choice.
Yeah, I gotta say, talking about this loading zone issue and using our public parking spaces for only one business seems to me to feel like not the right thing to do.
So the reason we did this, and again, there's a lot of history here, but this goes back to 2001 when there was an impasse between the draggers and the Trolleos in continuing to lease this 840 Menlo for their loading operations. And so they reached impasse. The city indicated that it would consider this loading zone in substantial part because Draeger's owns a part of that public plaza. They own fee title interest to a portion of the land in the plaza.
Right, and when I was
then
looking...
setting aside a portion of the public plaza to do this for limited hours was essentially acknowledging that they owned a part of the plaza. They could potentially come in and apply to modify their plans to use that part, the land that they own. And so that was the rationale behind it.
I understand it, but what we discovered tonight is they're not the only ones using that loading zone.
Right. So, but let me just comment on that one issue, and that is that this has been out publicly. I'm assuming that Pharmaca is aware of all of this. These have been public documents. There have been number of meetings where they've been talking about the different alternatives. It's been in the newspaper, and there's been no, communication from Pharmaca requesting us to do anything about preserving this loading zone.
I hear you, Bill, but honestly, I don't want is Pharmaca a franchisee with the manager managing it? And who is that manager? And not everybody reads, respectfully, not everybody reads the almanac. Kate, wish they did, but not everybody does.
So Bill, let me ask you, if we went forward with this tonight, part of me wants, I don't want to revisit this, right? And I think we have a strong consensus about this. If we approved it tonight, but then with the direction that we need to talk to Pharmaca and essentially talk with them about how this approved Evelyn loading. Again, the northeast side of Evelyn, option D, plus these plus this parking in Plaza 4, but essentially the loading zone on Evelyn, the new loading zone in Evelyn, would that be adequate for their needs?
We can do that. I mean, you can approve it, and then the question is, if it's not.
If they come back and say no, then there's a motion to reconsider.
Well, I don't know if it's a motion to reconsider or look at other alternatives, because again, none of the solutions provide a 60-foot loading zone. If it's a 60-foot truck, it needs like 70, 80 feet. I mean, it.
Yeah.
No, Menlo wasn't 80 feet of loading zone, was it? Right, but so it's not enough for the loading as well as the truck. It's long enough for the truck, but not for the.
Then how is it possible they have a 60-foot truck doing it now?
Because it's on Evelyn, and there's like 100 feet there on Evelyn.
Right, but.
See,
I suppose if we wanted to, we could require a redesign, which was at one time one of the decisions.
Right.
But I don't think we are inclined to be doing
Right,
that.
but none of the alternatives create basically a large enough loading zone for a Pharmaca.
Now, Pharmaca, if we reach the manager, talk to them, they may say, "Oh, yeah, we can shift that into a 40-foot truck." I mean, it may not be that, that big a deal. I think the point, however, is that we need to talk to them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we need to reach out to them and see if this is workable. And if not, we'll have to come up with another solution. But I highly recommend, I mean, I think we've had a lot of, debate. Let's not try and overthink it tonight because we don't have all the information on it with respect to Pharmaca. Is there some way, I mean, I'd like to recommend, let's vote on this motion, and if the motion succeeds, great. If it doesn't,
Okay, it's not just Pharmaca, though. It's the downtown businesses in that area.
Sure.
We have to find out. I guess we can go. Is everyone? Are people strongly objecting to option D still? I see. Are you strongly objecting to option D still?
It's unacceptable totally.
Do you want to talk to Mr. Trolio?
I have already.
He's behind you. I think he might want to talk to you.
I know what he's going to say.
Oh, well, I appreciate that, because if we do recess and have to reconsider the 60-foot issue,
Actually, the city manager just recommended that what we can do is we can table this motion, move on to the next item on our agenda tonight, and then come back. The next agenda on our item is actually, should be relatively quick, and that gives that the time to for them to confer. So do we have a sort of acknowledgement that we're going to table this for this particular motion for now? Judy, if I can ask you to, Catherine, are you on the line? Yeah, I think we do need to call her back. And then we'll move on to item J1. And item J1 is to provide direction on the selection.
Hello.
Hi, Councilmember Carlton. What we're doing right now is we're tabling the motion while the parties confer, and moving on to the one regular business item, which is on the selection of the recruiting firm, and that should be relatively short, and we can. And that allows the parties a chance to confer while we get J1 done. So J1 is to provide direction on the selection of a firm to lead the recruitment process of a new permanent city manager and authorize the city manager to execute a professional services agreement with the selected firm. And I don't know if we have any. Okay, so well, I guess what we should. I'm just looking at. So there's no staff presentation. What I'd like to do is. So we had the subcommittee. Vice Mayor Mueller and myself did interview 3 firms. I'd like to ask Vice Mayor Mueller to report out on our recommendation, and then if there are any public comment, I think we should take public comment and then come back. So, Vice Mayor Mueller.
Yeah, so we met with 3 recruiting firms, Ralph Anderson and Associates, Bob Murray and Associates, and Peckham and McKinney. The conversations in all included a requirement for input from staff and from the public. After interviewing all three were highly qualified and impressive, but the recommendation from the subcommittee is to move forward with Peckham and McKinney.
And Bobby Peckham is the recruiter that represented the firm. Now, I wanted to see if there's any public comment on this item. Okay. So I think as we had mentioned in the item on, I think, our last agenda, which is the process, we appointed a subcommittee, Vice Mayor Mueller and myself, to interview and to recommend to the full council the hiring of a recruiter, the purpose of which is to start the process, and so that when the new city council is seated in December 11th, they already have a recruiter on board that they can work with, and will be in a position to already have a draft circular, draft marketing brochure that the new council can consider and approve, so that they can actually launch the search for a new city manager after the holidays. I just wanted to summarize what the time frame and the objectives we have. So I guess the motion is we would like to recommend and propose the hiring of Peckham and McKinney to be the recruiter, and to authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. I will also mention all 3 firms were at the same price price range, so there's not a difference in that. And the proposals are included in the staff report, so they're completely
Was there
visible.
specifically anything you guys liked about this firm? We've used Bob Murray before, so are there
Yeah, and
things that rose to the top?
The thing that Bobby, no, so it was number one, 17 recruitments here in the immediate area. Yeah, and
Santa Clara, San Mateo County.
and specifically, and currently still sitting city managers, including the city manager of the city of Palo Alto, city of Redwood City. I mean, just pretty good understanding, and it's a principle.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the other firms that applied as well, and I'm glad we had 3 qualified firms to look at, and I'll second the motion for this one. And I like the fact that they have done so many city manager recruitments in our county and Santa Clara County.
Okay, great. Councilmember Carlton, do you have any comment?
I agree.
Okay,
Nope,
great.
I agree, it's fine.
Now, the motion to approve, the mover is, I'll move, that's fine. All right, we'll now vote, and I heard your vote, Councilmember Carlton, is a yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, great. So we're done on that. I will simply mention before we leave this item that one of the things we talked to the recruiters about is to launch a online survey to be available in perhaps late November, before Thanksgiving. That can be out so that the public can weigh in, and that the recruiter comes up with 4 questions, but we could actually operate the survey as city staff. But the idea is that way information on the survey comes back and it's a way for the public to comment and to provide input in the process. And again, the next council with, and should they choose to appoint a subcommittee, is now in a position to have that survey done and the input ready. And so I wanted to mention that because that will be the direction that we give to the recruiter to work on. Yeah. So anyway, all right. Okay. So I see that the parties have come back. So we are now going back to the tabled motion.
Did you vote, and was the vote reported out?
Oh, we have to vote on this, on the last one, on Peck on the recruitment.
I thought we did. Yes, we voted on.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, no, understand, appreciate everybody's understanding. But yes, we did vote on hiring Peckham and McKinney. So now we'll go back to J1, or no, sorry, the public hearing, I-1, and the 840 Menlo Avenue project. And specifically, we had the motion on the table regarding the parking lot 4 and the 2 sides. I know there was a question to Mr. Hanna, and welcome to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Tiger. We've had a spirited discussion about this, as you can imagine. And out of consideration for what we hope would be the future occupants of these offices and the future residents who will be living above and overlooking this loading zone across the street, we would agree to withdraw our objection to option D, which is locating a 40-foot loading zone on the north side of Evelyn, provided that the hours of use of that as a loading zone are limited to 7 a.m. to noon on Monday through Friday. We have people that are going to be living there. For them, it's a residential neighborhood. We have workers that are going to be there. Having trucks there in the hours that you're talking about in the plaza would just not be acceptable to them. I don't think that we'd be able to get the financing for the building. I don't think we'd be able to sell the units. And I doubt that we'd find a good tenant for the offices if they know they're going to be facing a loading zone that's going to be continually operating with trucks, no matter how much Draeger's tries to cut down on the truck traffic. It's going to be a nightmare. It really is. And with those limitations, we're willing to withdraw the objection to D.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Klein, now that they've withdrawn their objection, in light of the motion that we have on the table, would you be able to accept the motion now? Well, here's the thing. If we're about to extend, so Mr. Draeger, I'm going to come back to you after I talk to Mr. Klein, because we're about to extend the hours for the parking plazas from 9 to 10 a.m. the next morning, all week long. And so there's going to be considerable flexibility. I know you're going to lose some hours on the street, but you have a much more considerable flexibility in the lots. And what I would like to, at the end of the day, is just get complete consensus around this. If you guys need to take a second to talk about that. No. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right. Next.
You have two info items.
Okay, so we are going to table this while parties confer, and let's go to information item 1. I should say K1, which is the Transportation Master Plan status. Now, I know a gentleman had previously said, but I think he has left, which I wonder why. But hopefully we can reach out to Mr. Barron, and hopefully he will certainly attend the December 6th Transportation Master Plan. I guess I have one. I do have one question. So on the Transportation Master Plan. So which is, well, we have staff here to just and thank you. So, but the question about that I have about the Transportation Master Plan, I had a chance to go to the workshop that was at Hillview, and the question that I had is, I'm not sure the plan includes the big projects in it. It's more, the big projects that whether it's the Ravenswood grade separation going, the Dumbarton Rail, now obviously the Dumbarton Corridor, that's obviously a huge project. But on the other hand, they are also big pieces in this sort of strategy. I look at the Transportation Master Plan as also our overall strategy. And while I understand, and also as part of the calculation for what would be the new TIF, should we have some portion of some share of those large projects even included in the TMP so that they are factored into the new TIF, even though there's no way the new TIF could pay the entire 1-point-something billion for but on the other hand, I'm assuming, for example, on the Ravenswood grade separation, there's probably some amount that the city should come up with in terms of while we wait for the county to provide most of the funding. We may want to consider, and I don't know whether the middle underpass to Burgess may be in the plan, I'm not sure, but there's still a portion of that's yet to be funded. So should some of these pieces or some portion be included in the TMP?
So yes, Christiane Choi, again, Senior Transportation Engineer. So yes, the TMP does include all those projects that you identified, the middle, Caltrain crossing, the Ravenswood grade separation, the Dumbarton Rail Corridor, some of the different options for Bayfront Expressway. The meeting that you attended was only focused on kind of the south part of the city, so it we didn't really talk about those types of projects since it wasn't in that area, but we had talked about them previously, and they are included in the draft list of recommendations. And then so we would include them as we go forward with the TIF update.
Okay, so when we go into the TIF update, they will be factored in, at least some portion of which, into that.
Correct.
Okay, great. I think that's, any other questions on, we have actually 2 information items, so wanted to see if there are any other questions. Catherine, Councilmember Carlton, I don't know if you have any questions on the information items? It's possible we should see if we might have lost her. No. Okay. Thank you.
No, I'm here. I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. All right. So the parties are still conferring outside, Councilmember Carlton. So.
Well, we're pretty good. I have to say that D, as we've said before, does work for us. Giving up Saturday and Sunday on Evelyn is that's a big deal for us to give that up. But we can give that up. But the fact is that we have out-of-area deliveries that occur after 12. So the fact is we still need to be able to receive those few that come from out of the area at least until 2 p.m. in the afternoon, Monday through Friday.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Drager.
So we're done. So with that, Rich, can you join? Agreed. All right, so we have agreement.
Okay, so let me just, I want to go back and clarify and make sure we're doing this correctly. Okay, so we need to walk through attachments B, as in boy, and C to the staff report. So the first is the resolution. It was brought to my attention that we probably need to add into the resolution. The resolution has 2 actions. One, authorize the installation of a 40-foot loading zone on the north side of Evelyn Street and west of the Menlo Avenue intersections, with limited hours of 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. Okay, then item 2 is adopt a long-term plan for market operations for Drager's Market, attached as Exhibit A. I'll come to that in a minute because that's attachment C, but it will be relabeled as attachment or Exhibit A to this. And then we need to add a 3, authorize removal of the loading zone on the south side of Evelyn. And item 4, authorize the installation of 2 on-street parking spaces on the south side of Evelyn, so that we're getting rid of the loading zone on the south side. We're putting in authorize putting in 2 parking spaces, and presumably those would be 90-minute spaces to replace the 90-minute spaces across the street. Then attachment C, which will eventually be Exhibit A to Resolution 6462, item A would be relocation of the existing loading zone on the south side of Evelyn Street to the north side of Evelyn, with receiving hours restricted between 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. Monday through Friday. Item B would be modified, continuation of the loading zone in the public parking plaza number 4 next to Draeger Supermarket, with receiving hours from 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. 7 days a week. Item C, changing.
And that's both aisles?
No,
Both-
that's
I
just
mean, sorry,
that's
both
the
sides
one
of that aisle. Okay,
that's
that's
the
just
one
one.
aisle. The other aisle is addressed in a separate section. Then item C is continuation of the expanded loading zone in the public parking across the drive aisle from Draeger Supermarket, with modified receiving hours between, and it seems to me it should be the same, 9 p.m. to 10 a.m. 7 days a week, so that it's consistent with across. And then expansion, and then the question is, do we still need this other language, expansion of the loading zones in the public parking plaza 4 to allow up to 1 delivery a week that occurs outside the allowed hours? That language was put in there. We don't need that. Okay, so we'll delete that item D, which was in the draft condition. Then flipping the page, actually going over to two pages to item number 2 on page 3 of attachment C. Item 2, no loading or unloading of any type for Draeger Supermarket shall occur on Evelyn Street except within the designated 40-foot loading zone and between the hours of 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. And then item 3, Monday through Friday, thank you. Monday through Friday. And then item 3, again, it modifies this to 7 days a week, so it takes out the Monday through Friday, beginning each Sunday at 9 p.m. and ending each Friday at midnight. We delete those words and put in 7 days a week, and we change the midnight to 9 p.m. and then again delete the Mondays through Fridays at the end of the last sentence. And then there was a request to modify the language in item 4. It currently reads, loading operations shall not block or prevent pedestrian use of the sidewalk and shall comply with accessibility requirements for sidewalks. Draeger's has requested that we insert the word unreasonably before the word block. So it would read, loading operations shall not unreasonably block or prevent pedestrian use of the sidewalk and shall comply with accessibility requirements for sidewalks. I think that's probably okay, because if there's going to be some use of the sidewalk, so one could argue you're blocking part of the sidewalk and therefore they're in violation of this condition, and rather than getting into that argument, I think, putting this language in should resolve that. And that, I believe, that is it for the changes.
I have one question. Yeah, I gotta ask it. I know it's late, but I've got to ask because this is what we're doing. We're not coming back. There was a discussion if it's on the north side of Evelyn, how the products are delivered across the street. Do we need to specify that they are going to be at the sidewalk, where there's a sidewalk now, so we don't have?
I don't think we want to specify how that's done, because first of all, I just don't see how Draeger's can even control some delivery guy and how it's
Okay.
being done.
All right, I just wanted to ask
I
now,
mean, we do
not
have
tomorrow.
jaywalking laws. Technically, they could be cited for jaywalking if they cut across the middle of the street. I mean, that's a state law, it's not a city law. So, you know, that, so that frames this action, and then I think when you take this action, then you can take the action on the appeal, if you're comfortable in doing it in that direction, in that order.
Okay. So, yeah. So moved. And, but it's a replacement motion. And thank you, Bill.
So it's not really a replacement motion, because the other, you were framing what was going to end up in the motion, because you really have to adopt this resolution modifying this plan and establishing.
But I still like
the-
your motion better.
So technically, for the record, we had a motion pending when we broke the first time, so we'll withdraw that now?
Yes.
Okay.
Withdraw my previous motion about the
was so long ago, I
parking level
forgot.
4.
Yeah.
I know. Plaza 4 and replace it with that. Do we have a second for the motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, great. And before we vote, I just simply...
I'm voting in favor.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. I do want to add the guidance that we do want to reach out to Pharmacup,
Yeah.
you know, after
Yeah.
this, but
Yeah.
I think that's certainly important, but it doesn't need to be part of the motion, because I think the key is to focus the motion on this.
I want to thank all the parties.
Yes.
Thank you for helping us get to this point. Very appreciative to have it ending this way.
Okay, so it's not ended until we take the
I know,
second
I know.
motion.
I know.
Right?
Right.
All right, let's vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so then the second motion is to deny the appeal and approve the project on the conditions set forth in attachment A, with the deletion of condition is it H4H? No. 4, where is it? John, which one was it? 4F, as in Frank. So deletion of condition 4F, because it is no longer applicable now that you've acted on the loading zone.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Okay, a second? All right. And I just want to make a quick comment and shout out to, thanks to the Complete Streets Commission and also to the Planning Commission before it. Both commissions contributed to this project. So
And congratulations, Mr. Trolio.
So, thank you. Yes, absolutely. All right, let's vote.
I'm voting in favor.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Good job, guys.
Good night.